How are you feeling?
Well,
How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
To give you some idea.
I am not completely like other people.
What do you mean by that?
People dislike me because I am not completely like them. I am trying to do with my life something which few people try to do, and this influences my thinking and consequently my action.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the there's no place to hide. I'm burning in the this is the final time. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the there's no place to hide. I'm burning in the this is the final
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein in die Arbeiter einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein in die Arbeiter einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is where we watch the real far left, the farthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. We are watching the real radical revolutionary socialists who are trying to take over and destroy our world today every day in the streets, on the college campuses, in the media, doing all the things they do to try to cause problems, because what they're really trying to do at the end of the day is elicit their socialist revolution in this country. Every crazy thing you see happening in the world eventually leads back to these people. If you want to know why critical race theory and anti-racist education is taught in schools, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who did BLM and all the riots from 2020, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's protesting on college campuses right now, setting up new encampments on college campuses at like the University of Washington, and I think there was also one at another university this week, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who the Columbia students were that took over the building the other day, hey, guess what? It's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's doing reproductive justice, abortion on demand, pushing abortion pills, smuggling abortion pills in to obfuscate state bans, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's pushing gender ideology and queer ideology on your kids, teaching them they're all non-binary because they believe that gender is a manifestation of capitalism, and in order to get rid of capitalism, they need to get rid of all gender and make everyone non-binary, it is the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's pushing environmental justice and climate change, guess what? It's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. Every single crazy idea in the world today can be traced back to an origin, and that origin is the radical, revolutionary, far left in America. And so on Socialism Saturday, every single week on Saturdays at 6 p.m., we take some time to listen to what these people are talking about. Because luckily for us, they do a lot of this out in the open. They put their training videos online. They put their education videos online. You can go and sign up for their trainings and their workshops and attend private Zooms, which we do all the time, to see what they're saying when they think that people like us aren't listening. Because quite frankly, not enough people like us are listening. My community is extremely rare on the internet. My community, we will literally sit here for hours and hours every single week watching the far left and listening to what they say. We don't take clips out of context. We don't just rely on the clickbait bullshit that's posted on Twitter. We actually go into the real trainings, the real workshops, the things that leftists do in the real world, just in their communities, and we listen to what they have to say in their native environment, in their native tongue. We all learn how to speak another language because socialists do not speak English. It might sound like English, but it is not English. It is a different dialect called socialist. They learn how to speak this in academia. And so socialists will use the same vocabulary as us, but they do not use the same definitions as us. And so as we're listening to them, we have to learn how to speak a new language. And it does take months and months of listening to socialists to become fluent in their language. I'll tell you right now, if there's anyone new here and if there are people that are new today, welcome to Socialism Saturday. We're going to give people some time to shuffle in and kind of get situated, and we're going to start in a little bit. I have some things I want to talk about first, but I want people to know, if you are new here, if you're new to watching socialism with me, you might think you understand because you've heard commentators talk about it. I promise you almost no commentators doing commentary on this topic today really understand what they think they understand. And you think you know the language, but you don't. That's no shade on you. It's not your fault. It's the fault of the people who are responsible for informing you, who have derelicted in their one job. And so we have to compensate for that over here. But what that does mean is when you're coming into Socialism Saturdays and you're relatively new, it might take some time for you to understand the language. And I want to encourage everyone that's new, please ask questions. Do not assume you know anything, because I've seen it over and over and over again. People come in, they think they know what they're talking about. They start interacting in the chat, and all of a sudden we have to stop the entire stream to go, no, that's not what that means. We know why you think that, but that's not what that means. And we have to make sure we're bringing everyone along with us. So it's a lot better if you're new to do a lot of listening, to do a lot of asking questions. Even if you think it's a dumb question, we have a lot of respect for people who come on this channel with an open mind and they actually ask questions and engage in curiosity about what's going on, because you're about to walk into a socialism experience and an immersive educational environment like you do not find anywhere else on the internet. We will help anyone learn who wants to learn. The most important thing any of us can do to defeat the left right now is to learn as much as we can about what they actually believe. Not some fantasy that conservative commentators create on the internet in order to drive their own political narrative. We need to actually hinge into reality with, what do these people actually think? We need to become fluent in their language. We need to learn how to identify it when it shows up in the real world. And then what we all need to do after that is go out into our own communities and teach other people what we know. That is the point of all of this. The reason I spend so much time on my end researching the left, showing you video of the left, talking about the left, breaking down the left on my Substack, Karlyn, Karlyn.substack.com, is because I am trying to give you as many resources as possible, from clips to articles to documents to explanations. I try to curate some of the best content in my community to bring it all together. I don't always do a great job of that because I'm very, very blessed with a community that creates a lot of content about the left. But I do try to bring it all together all in one place, because this is not just about me. This is not about making me famous on the internet. I never wanted to be on the internet. I'm doing this because I feel an odd sort of calling to, which I know is weird. We can talk about that another time. But that's why I do this, is because I'm in a position where I can give you guys the resources and the information and curate it and help you understand it. But I need everyone here to learn as much as they can and then go out into your community, talk to your friends, talk to your family, bring other people along, because the left is going to win unless normal people start doing something about it. I know that a lot of people on the right, you think you're winning right now because Trump is in office and you think he's saving you, but I promise you he's not. The reason we don't have mass deportations right now is because the left started organizing against mass deportations right after the election. I covered it on my Substack. They were literally putting their plans on the internet. I covered it on my Substack. I did podcasts about it where the left was telling you, here is how we're going to fight Trump's mass deportations. They put their plans out there from day one. You just had to know where to look for them. No one on the right knew where to look for them. No one on the right covered this. Fox News didn't cover it. I guarantee you no one in the Trump administration knew about this. I was screaming about this when it happened for months. Then what happened? The right didn't do anything because the right didn't know what was going on. The left started organizing and they started executing on the plans that they put together. And then what happened? The left successfully is able to disrupt the Trump administration's plan for mass deportations. There have been no mass deportations. None. There are the mass deportations have completely gone away. And the reason the mass deportations completely went away is because the left has executed on their plan to cause massive disruption at the ICE centers, cause massive disruption in terms of the legal process, cause massive disruption in terms of organizing schools all over the country to become sanctuary schools where they're actively fighting ICE and they're actively training people on how to avoid deportation. The left is winning on the deportation issue because they were organized and talking about it from the very beginning, and the right didn't pay attention to anything that was said, and perhaps had the right actually listened to what the left was saying instead of reading on Twitter about whatever libs of TikTok drama clickbait is going on today. Maybe had they actually listened, they would be getting mass deportations today. They're not. That's why we have to listen to them. You might think there are people in the world who are supposed to be doing this, and I would agree with you. There are people in the world who should be doing the things that we do on this channel, who should be researching the topics we research, who should be going into these communities and monitoring them. Maybe they work at the fucking FBI, because it's my contention that if Trump just started deporting people for being radical revolutionary socialists, that would actually be perfectly within the current law of the United States. He's deporting people for not supporting Israel, which is not protected by the current law of the United States. If he literally just started deporting these college students for being revolutionary communists who want to overthrow our federal government, that's actually a law. Currently on the books, he could. So why isn't he doing that? Why isn't his own FBI telling him to do that? Why isn't his own Department of Justice telling him to do that? Why isn't anyone telling him to do that? Do you want to know why? Because the right has crafted this narrative that the campus protesters are anti-Semitic Jew haters, when in fact they're not. There are a lot of Jewish people involved. What the college protesters are communists. The college protesters are communists. The students that took over the Library of Columbia this past week admitted they were revolutionary communists on their Twitter feed as they were taking over the library. They were calling each other comrade. It could not be more clear that these groups are revolutionary communist groups, but the Trump administration doesn't want to acknowledge that. The news media doesn't want to acknowledge that. They just want to push anti-Semitism, 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 when there are literal Jewish people involved in the protest. Jewish Voice for Peace is one of the biggest groups organizing the campus protests, and they're all literally Jewish. So don't tell me this is about Jew hating. It is not. That is a conservative bullshit narrative. And if the Trump administration actually hinged into reality and actually wanted to deport people who are dangerous to this country, then he should be deporting every foreign national involved in these protests because they are communists. They are openly stating on their social media they want to overthrow the government. They are revolutionaries. What do you think a revolutionary is? This is why you have to learn the language. If a person is saying, I am a revolutionary, that means they want a revolution. What do you think that means? I'll tell you what it means. It means them overthrowing the United States capitalist government, which they believe is created based on the capitalist constitution. And they want to overthrow capitalism, and they want to overthrow our entire way of life and install a completely new system in the United States based on equity being code for Marxism. That is what they're trying to do, and they are loud and clear when you actually listen to what they have to say. So someone said in the chat earlier, I want to bring this up. Someone said in the chat earlier, Karlyn, you are strict, but you are the best in this topic. Do you know why I'm strict? Because I've been doing this a long time. I know how to teach this topic. And I know that there are not a lot of people on the internet that are actually taking this seriously. And even when people come to a stream like this, oftentimes they don't take this seriously. But I'm deadly serious about this. I have a community of people who's deadly serious about this. I think in 10 or 15 years, these people are truly going to fuck up every single part of our society. Rather selfishly, I'm still going to be alive probably in 10 to 15 years, and I don't want to live in a communist utopia. I don't want to do it. I think they are going to try to overthrow the government sometime in the next 10 to 15 years. I think they've been organizing and getting closer to it for a very long time. This is not something that started under Obama. This started over 100 years ago. I think they are absolutely getting all their chess pieces in position to try to overthrow the federal government. And by the way, they're going to have a lot of people on the inside when they do that. So it's not just going to come from the outside. It's going to come from the inside. We had them on video talking about using the military to turn the military against the government. We have this on video. I'm strict because accurate information and learning about the left correctly matters. Yes. And one of the reasons that we are so far behind is because not enough people on the right have taken this seriously. And I'll even go so far as to say they've been completely derelict in the responsibilities that they took on when they took on a role that put them in a position of informing the public. I think people like all the different conservative media outlets have absolutely, totally, and completely failed their audiences because what they care about is clickbait nonsense that can rile people up. They don't care about telling the truth. It's all a political narrative. And oh, by the way, protecting Israel at all costs because apparently we're the United States of Israel or some such bullshit. So we watch actual revolutionary socialists on Socialism Saturday because it's a way to hinge into reality with what is going on so people can see for themselves. And if new people have questions, come and ask the questions. I'd love to take any of them. Let me show you what we're watching tonight. And then I have something else I want to talk about real quick. And then we're going to get into it. We are watching our friends over at Red May. This presentation is from yesterday. They streamed this live yesterday. I was doing something else, so I didn't have the chance to cover it live, but I actually think it's going to be better if we cover it now anyway, so this is going to be good. So as many of you know, Red May are revolutionary socialists out in Seattle. Every month of May, they put together this massive content lineup for us where they stream a lot of new socialism content on the internet. Philip is basically our best friend. Philip is the guy that puts together Red May. And Philip loves it when we stream his content. He loves it even more when we show up in his chat live and ask questions that are relevant. And so we want to make sure we're properly appreciating Philip and all of the work that he puts into curating this amazing socialist content for us because, you know, he does a really good job. He works really hard. I'm sure Philip as an oppressed proletarian who went to Columbia University probably feels like really, you know, kind of like not appreciated sometimes. And I just want Philip to know that we appreciate him very much and we're happy to watch his Red May content anytime. Yesterday, Red May tweeted this. Yes, thank you, Philip. We appreciate you. Yesterday, Red May did this stream, Some Way Out of Here. Let's see. Law breaking on a colossal scale. Check. Masked Gestapo kidnappings. Check. Extreme financial volatility. Check. Mass layoffs. Check. Assault on universities. Check. Dictatorship with an orange face. Check. How did we get here? How do we get out? There must be some way. If anyone can find a path, it's the trailblazers in this discussion. So I think this looks like it's going to be an excellent Socialism Saturday. I think we're going to hear a lot of whining and complaining about Trump. Now, what I will say for new people is Red May content tends to be a little bit more complex in terms of the language that they use. So it's really important for new people. Make sure you're asking questions. And if you feel, I'll reiterate this before we get started, but if you feel like it's going over your head and you don't know what they're saying, it's not you, it's them. It's just a little bit more overwhelming for new people, but it's going to be good for you. It's going to be like a growth exercise. It's like when you go to the gym and you've only been using like 50-pound dumbbells, but maybe you want to try for 60 or 70 or something like that, just to see if you can do it. It's like a good reach exercise or something like that. Just, you know what, you want to be safe about it, but you're in a safe space here. We can watch socialism together. It'll be fine. So that's what we're going to watch, guys. One quick thing before we get started, and this is not related to Socialism Saturday, but I'm just not going to do another stream again until Monday. And so I want to comment on it now, and I want to give the clip now. So please indulge me for like 5 minutes. I promise it'll only be like 5 minutes, okay? So yesterday, I did a stream on my channel where I watched a whole bunch of other people's content. I watched Sargon of Akkad. We watched a little Tim Pool. We watched Kanye West's new video. And I decided to do a segment on H.G. Tudor, who is a narcissistic psychopath who does internet commentary, who I used to watch all the time, but I no longer watch anymore because he only does Meghan Markle content now, and I just couldn't take it anymore. It was just the same thing over and over and over again. But I basically did this segment where I was like, man, it would be really effing cool if H.G. Tudor like analyzed Jordan Peterson. I would maybe go so far as to like cut off a toe or something in exchange for H.G. Tudor doing a full and complete narcissistic analysis of Jordan Peterson, because Jordan Peterson has gone off the deep end, man. He is crazy. And so my question was, has H.G. Tudor actually talked about this? And I went back on his channel and I found out that, yeah, he actually has. He talked about it a couple years ago. We watched a couple of videos that he did. He didn't really say much about Jordan Peterson, but I was like, man, this is like a golden opportunity. And I said, you know what? Like, he can go back and cover this content about Jordan Peterson writing full-on poetry about how Nick Fuentes is a rat, and Jordan Peterson participating in that fake study where he's now saying that anyone who has an anonymous account is a psychopath or something like that. Like, there's he could talk about the Jordan Peterson James Lindsay interview. Oh my God, wouldn't that be amazing? Where Jordan Peterson gave all this criteria for who is a psychopath on the internet. I didn't talk about that last night, but I just thought of that. Like, wouldn't that be amazing? You guys remember when Jordan Peterson gave that whole list about who is a psychopath? And it's like people who say things I don't like, people who are anonymous on the internet, people who have a frog in their profile. It was like these things that have nothing to do with a diagnosis in psychopathy at all. And since H.G. Tudor is actually a diagnosed narcissistic psychopath, I would have thought that, maybe this would be something he wanted to comment on. And personally, like, just on my, personal level, I would be really interested in this content. I used to love H.G. Tudor's content. I have binged all of his content that I wanted to binge in terms of his general narcissism content. I've read like 15 of his books. I love his content. I love his work. I actually, unlike this poetry painter cunt, am pretty respectful of what H.G. Tudor's built. But I can't listen to his content anymore because all he effing talks about is Meghan Markle, okay? I can't. And so maybe I'm putting out a little bit of a wish on the internet. I'm saying I'm manifesting this, which is I really want my favorite narcissism expert, even though he thinks I'm trying to manipulate him, even though I'm not. I actually just want to hear him talk about this. I really want him to do this. And I know that a lot of people in my audience want him to do this. And quite frankly, I think this content would be very, very, very well received. I think people who have never heard of HG Tudor before would find this content and they would be turned on to his work and they would go back into his back catalog, which is much better than the Meghan Markle content that he's been doing anyway. He's so much smarter than that. And I think people would love it. And so I did a little segment about it. It was a Friday night. I was actually just having fun. I was actually just fucking around on the internet, as people are prone to do. Well, of course, the psycho that stalks everything I do, Poetry Painter, was watching, because she's probably watching right now, because this is all she does, because this is what Poetry Painter looks like in her house. That's actually her. That picture is off her public Facebook profile. So this woman literally just sits around her house all day watching everything I do, screenshotting everything I say, taking things out of context, photoshopping memes, watching every single stream I do to find out which segment she can try to use against me. This is who he's talking to right now. I just want this to be very clear. This is what we're dealing with. So I did a stream where I just wanted to basically have fun on the internet and talk about this, and maybe we send the bat signal up, or maybe just the stars in the universe align, and maybe HG Tudor decides he wants to analyze Jordan Peterson. I think it'd be cool. I think he'd get a lot of views from it. I think also, by the way, I'm going to say this too. I didn't think of this last night, but I don't think there's been any other person that's done the narcissistic analysis on Jordan Peterson. So this would actually be a feather in HG Tudor's cap. I'm pretty sure that HG Tudor was the first person to publicly really call out Meghan Markle for being a narcissist. And he was right at the time. And so he was putting this idea out there. He was doing the analysis out there when no one else was doing it. And so he can say he was the first to call out Meghan Markle for being a narcissist. I also think he can say that if he wants to cover this, he could be the first to call out Jordan Peterson on something that I think any of us can look at what Jordan Peterson has become over the past couple years. And it's pretty obvious what's going on. I think it's pretty obvious what's going on. Maybe I'm wrong. You know what? Maybe he would have a completely different analysis. Maybe he thinks this is totally normal behavior. He probably does. He's a narcissistic psychopath. I don't really know. But I've listened to enough of HG Tudor's content over the years, and I've read enough of his books over the years, that I'm pretty sure he would come to the same conclusion that I've come to, and that countless other people have come to, which is that Jordan Peterson would be an excellent candidate for him to have some sort of narcissistic analysis done on him by the world narcissism expert. So I'm just putting the idea out there, and I think it's a good idea. Hang on. Oh, my word. It's what I get for talking fast on the internet. So, because I was having fun on the internet and playfully saying, hey, maybe this is something cool that could happen, of course, the psycho stalker had to take a screenshot of it and tag HG Tudor in it. And I really just think it's a shame that she chose it, because, she's trying to position it as though I'm the one that's trying to manipulate him. From my perspective, this is the one that's trying to manipulate him, because I quite frankly don't actually really care ultimately if HG Tudor covers this. I think if he did, it would be fun and interesting. I think if he doesn't, life goes on. It's not the end of the world. It's just something I thought would be cool and fun. But she says, HG Tudor, if you see people in your replies or DMs trying to get you to attack Jordan Peterson, Karlyn is behind it. She told people to sell you the idea of attacking him by telling you it would get tons of attention. Well, no, I actually didn't. I, in fact, didn't tell anyone to say anything to HG Tudor. What I said was, explicitly, we can't actually force him to do something because he's a narcissist. We can't, get him to do... He's a narcissist. All you can do is say, listen, bro, like this could be like really beneficial for you. You get a ton of views, you get exposed to people you haven't gotten exposed to yet, because a lot of people in this world have never heard of HG Tutor. It's too bad a lot of people in this world have never heard of him, but like a lot of people haven't heard of him. So maybe it's time to expose him to a new audience, an audience that doesn't want him to cover Meghan Markle every flipping day, cover a topic that could actually get a ton of views on the internet. He'd be the first narcissism expert to diagnose Jordan Peterson as a narcissist, which would be another feather in his cap. I didn't tell anyone to go into his DMs. I didn't tell anyone to send him emails. I literally just said, I think this would be cool for reason X, Y, B, and Z. And I put it out into the universe to manifest or not. If it's meant to be, it will be. But HG Tutor sadly responded to her and said, duly noted. And then, where did the other thing go? I had my thing up here. Hang on. I have to show you my reply. I swear this is not going to take much longer. I swear. I'm sorry. Oh, I do just want to show you though. I want to show you as I'm pulling this up. This is Psycho Jill's current Twitter page. Not that one. That's me, obviously. This is Psycho. I just want to point this out. She's still talking about this. You think I'm the one trying to manipulate on the internet? Let's scroll down her feed right now and see how many of her posts are about me. Oh, look. There. She's continuing to post about me. This is all about me. This is her obsession with me. Like, I'm the one that's trying to manipulate. All I said on my stream was something would be cool on the internet. She has got a whole timeline of posts about me, whining about me, crying about me, complaining about me, other stupid shit too. But like the vast majority of content on her Twitter feed right now is about me because she's a psycho that's obsessed with me. And I say psycho in this case, not with the reference I would say that HG Tutor is a psychopath, because he is a smart psychopath that knows how to rein in his shit. She's just crazy because she keeps trying to suck up to Carrie Smith to get Carrie Smith to be her best friend by attacking me, and has become obsessed with me because of it. But let's go to my reply, because I did reply to this. I wouldn't have ultimately, honestly, if he hadn't responded to Jill. I'm sorry, that's her name. Just, I know that because I know what her profile is on Facebook. If he hadn't responded to that fat ass psycho, then I wouldn't even acknowledge her, because she talks about me all day, every day. So I don't actually really care what she has to say. But I wrote a response and it's basically everything I said. I'm not going to read the whole thing. But he responded to me and he said, I'll decide who I analyze, irrespective of transparent attempts to manipulate me to either analyze certain people or refrain from doing so. Yeah, bro. Yeah, we know. We know. So I'm now just trying to make it really clear that, like, listen, I said yesterday I was trying to manifest HG Tutor analyzing Jordan Peterson. When I say manifest, what I mean is I put an idea out into the world and then I kind of let it go. And if it's supposed to materialize, it will materialize. And if it's not supposed to materialize, it will not. So I've kind of like already moved on from this. And I guess my opinion at this point is I really hope he covers it. I think it would be highly entertaining if he did. I think we would all watch it and enjoy it and appreciate it. If he doesn't want to cover it, that's fine too. But I just think that the world narcissism expert should probably not be taking advice from this on what to talk about on the internet. And I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, man, but like ultimately, HG Tutor is a content creator. And I think we're allowed to say to content creators that we like and that we've support, because I've spent money on his stuff. Not that that earns me anything, because it doesn't, but like, it's not like I'm like a fake supporter of his work. I actually really like his work a lot, to the point where I've spent probably hundreds of dollars on stuff like his books and other stuff that I bought from him. And it's been totally worth it. And I found it all really interesting, but I don't think I'm being manipulative by putting out there that, hey, I think this would be pretty cool. I think the woman in the muumuu who spends all day, every day thinking about me and tweeting about me and posting about me and trying to disrupt things that are honestly just people having a good time on the internet for fun, I think that's the manipulation. So HG Tutor can decide what to do if he wants to cover it. I think it would be a shame if he didn't. Especially if this is the reason for it. Because honestly, like, again, I think it would be really cool for him to be the first person to diagnose Jordan Peterson as a narcissist on the internet. If he doesn't want that feather in his cap, maybe he's trying to suck up to Jordan Peterson. Maybe he thinks incorrectly that Jordan Peterson and people like James Lindsay and other people like that are all in that kind of like that same clique. Maybe he or Douglas Murray or any of these people, maybe he incorrectly believes that those people are not the laughing stock of the internet right now, but that's because he doesn't live in this world. I don't think he really pays attention to this. And so maybe he wants to align with them for some reason. I don't know why he would, but that's his choice, man. And whatever he's going to do is what he's going to do. And I don't care. I don't care. If he refuses to cover it just because you mentioned it, then he is letting someone else influence him. Yeah, it's like, it doesn't make sense for him not to cover this topic. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised he hasn't already. Doesn't look like he's going to cover it. Kind of funny how Poetry Painter got him to not consider it. These people live on the internet and don't understand yeah, see, this is like, but like HG Tutor's smarter than this. So, you know, whatever. Like, I've always talked very favorably of him. Yep. But no, I'm the manipulator. Okay. All right. Well, whatever. I just like, it's like this internet bullshit. Yeah. The Poetry Painter is severely mentally ill. What a sad existence. See, this is what the smart people say. This is like, we've got that fat ass watching every single thing I say and do on the internet just so she can complain about every single thing I say and do on the internet. It's like, and people like, you got to judge the people who listen to this. You just have to judge the people who listen to this. I don't know, maybe like, I think HG Tutor is pretty smart, but if he's taking advice from that woman, like, I don't even know what to say. Every day her timeline is all about me. So whatever. He's going to do what he's going to do. It doesn't really matter. Do you want to know why it doesn't matter? Because we're about to watch some socialism. I'm done my preamble. And now we're going to watch some socialism. As a reminder, guys, we are watching a presentation from Red May TV. If you are new to Socialism Saturday, let us know that you are new to Socialism Saturday in the chat. This is going to help you if we know that you're new, okay? Because this presentation might have complicated language in it, and we want to make sure everyone's following along. If you are new to my work, the very best place to get started is by heading over to my Substack. That is Karlyn, Karlyn, .substack.com. I've been getting a bunch of new people lately just because of the Kim Iverson interview. So especially if you found my work from Kim Iverson, welcome. We're really glad you're here. I got a question yesterday on the channel about what is the best place to start? Now, I am trying to create resources that are going to be a better entry point, but the very best place to start right now, if you really want to like kickstart your learning about the socialist language, head over to my Substack and you want to click on How to Speak Socialist at the top. And at the very top of that, you're going to find the 4-hour masterclass on how to speak socialist. This is if you are new and you're ready to just jump into the pool head first, this is where you go, okay? This is like you're doing a cannonball off of like the high dive or something like that. You're just going for it. This is 4 hours worth of clips where I will break down the very basics of what you need to learn in order to understand the left. We talk about what capitalism means because that is very important that people understand. We talk about what whiteness means and what I mean when I say whiteness means capitalism. We talk about gender ideology. We talk about queer theory. We talk about abolish the family. If you understand the components of this presentation, that is the very best foundation I can give you right now for understanding the left, because you will be able to extrapolate all of this to understand the crazy things going on in the world. So I know it's 4 hours long, and people are like, Karlyn, can't you just teach that in 10 minutes? No, I can't teach it in 10 minutes. It takes more than 10 minutes to explain it. But once you learn it, you will never unsee it. Once you become fluent in the language of socialist, you will never unlearn it, okay? So this is speaking a foreign language takes time. You've got to invest a little bit of time on the upfront, and the time I need you to invest is taking this 4-hour masterclass in how to do that. And so that is available over on the Substack all the time. It is completely free. It's also on my YouTube channel, I think. It's a bunch of other places, but that's where you can find it. And if you appreciate the work I'm doing, support me, please. I'm running a membership drive through the end of the summer. I want to bring in 400 new paid subscribers to my Substack by the end of the summer. In return, I'm giving you better content. I'm giving you more focused content. We're doing a ton of spy stream content, which is going inside live leftist trainings and filming them live. We just went and did a spy stream yesterday at the University of Chicago, where we watched all of the gender studies graduates presenting their theses. I haven't released any of the recordings from this yet, but if you want to see what gender studies graduates actually learn, it will blow your hair back, okay? Like, this is an Ivy League school. Their culminating thesis, you will be shocked at what the universities are actually granting degree credit for. I have the whole thing on tape. You can find it by going to the spy stream and just going to the archive. This is the type of stuff you get access to when you support my work. And of course, that's only $8 a month, $80 a year. I'm 100% funded by people like you. I cannot do this work without your help. And I'm really trying to get my get the numbers up on the Substack because I want to be able to do more undercover journalism in the back half of the year. Okay. So if you guys take care of me, I will take care of you. I try to provide as much content for free out there as I possibly can. And then I ask, if you are in a financial position to support my work, please make sure you do so. Also, on Socialism Saturday, we do have a super chat goal. We have a modest $100 super chat goal. So if you feel free, like, to send in $5, $10, $100, $500, whatever you want. We don't have to limit ourselves to $100. I'm just saying that that's the initial goal. And I do like to meet that goal relatively early on in Socialism Saturday. I will be so much nicer if we meet that goal early on. And so I can't do this without your guys' help. So if you enjoy my work, if you value it, if you appreciate the resources I give you, please help fund it, because if you guys don't fund it, it doesn't get done because I don't have any big political donors. So stick with me and I will stick with you guys. And I appreciate everyone who does support my work. And now we're going to get into it. But before we do that, we do have a video for Socialism Saturday to outline the rules. And Reagan, I haven't uploaded the new version of this yet, so we're just gonna have to do the old version for right now. But we do have a rule video for Socialism Saturday. Please pay attention, and then we will get into this presentation. All right, for anyone that's new, we have some rules for Socialism Saturday. Let me go over them real quick. Socialism Saturday is a research group and a class. We do take this seriously. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to have a drink or two. You're allowed to kind of kick back and joke in the chat. However, I need everyone to understand that when we are researching the radical revolutionary left, we do take this seriously. And so if you're shitposting in my chat, I'm going to tell you to stop. If you are posting off topic in the chat, I'm going to ask you to stop at some point because it's going to be distracting to what we're doing. I need you to think of yourself as in a classroom. And I'm not talking about an online classroom. I'm talking about a real life classroom, okay? When you walk into a real life classroom, I am the teacher, you are the students. You are sitting in the desk, I am sitting in the front of the classroom. I'm standing there teaching you what is going on. If you were in a real life classroom, you wouldn't walk in, start throwing shit at the wall, yelling, saying, I disagree with you because my best friend said something different. That's not allowed. I don't care about your feelings. I'm not going to coddle your opinion. And that's going to be the way it is. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But if you are in my classroom, you will respect my rules and you will listen to me. And if you do not do that, then you will be removed. And how you feel about being removed makes no difference to me at all. The expectation is if you're going to be here and you're going to be watching socialism with us and you're going to be participating in the chat, you are doing it because you are serious about learning this topic and understanding this topic. The minute that I think that you're just fucking around or you're trolling or something like that, you're going to get put in a timeout or permanently banned, and that's just going to be the way it is. Rule number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because I am the queen fascist bitch of my YouTube channel. So I can say and do whatever I want. But if you don't insult me and you don't insult other people in the chat, we're not going to have a problem. So be an adult, rein that shit in. Number 3, no whining. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care if you feel personally attacked. It makes no difference to me at all. And I promise you, I care about your feelings a little bit more than the left does. So if you can't handle me, you can't handle the left. If you start whining and complaining because you don't like the rules or you think you're being treated unfairly, you can just leave, bro. There's the door. You don't have to be here. Number 4, listen. Our job here and why we do Socialism Saturday is to listen to what the left is saying, to listen to what real leftists are doing in the real world. This is not to support your confirmation bias. This is not to support any conservative bullshit narrative that you may have heard on Glenn Beck that one time. This is not to be what you want it to be. This is to engage with reality. We need to listen, we need to actively listen, and we need to understand the left better than they understand themselves. That is the purpose of this exercise, okay? As part of that, I do ask that people refrain from debunking. You do not have a single debunk in your arsenal about the left is stupid because of reasons X, Y, B, and Z, or the left is her hypocrites for reasons X, Y, B, and Z. You don't have a single debunk that we haven't heard before, okay? And every time you put energy into debunking, that is energy that you're not putting into listening. So if I see you debunking, I'm going to tell you to stop, because you need to put that energy into listening instead. Lastly, break the rules of my chat or disrespect me in any way, and I'll just kick you out, and that's the way it is. Hey, we're back. Thank you for paying attention to that wonderful and informative video produced by Reagan. And guess what? We are already $15 on our way to our super chat goal. Thank you for Tolkien Fan for kicking this off. Let's get this going, people. Karlyn is the only one covering and exposing the revolutionary socialists and the end goal of abolishing our entire society. Thank you, Tolkien Fan. I very much appreciate it. Welcome, Mud Chat, as a channel member. Channel membership is one of the ways to get invited to spy streams. So if you are a supporter on my Substack, my Locals, my Patreon, a Twitter subscriber, or a YouTube channel member, you will get invited to our spy stream infiltrations. So welcome, Mud Chat, being a member of the channel. Thank you, Jane, for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Guys, we are going to be watching a video from the Revolutionary Socialists in Seattle over at Red May called Some Way Out of Here. This video is about an hour and 43 minutes long. We will be stopping throughout the presentation to break down the language, to talk about what they're saying. If you have any questions in the chat, and thank you, Mud Chat, for the additional super sticker. Appreciate the extra $3. If you guys have questions at any time, please feel free to chat them in, and I will either answer them or someone in the chat will answer them. We can take our time with this. We can go slow. Like I said, Red May does tend to use language that is a bit more complex than some other socialist groups. I don't know if this particular group will, but they could. Hey, Tolkien Fan! In with the 5 gifted memberships. Let's see. Kiki got a membership. Earshot got a membership. Kevin got a membership. DW got a membership. Damien got a membership. Congratulations to everyone who got a membership. Thank you, Tolkien Fan, for that great gift. I really do appreciate it. And make sure you use your memberships to come to Socialism Saturday. Not Socialism Saturday. Well, come here, obviously. Spy Stream. I've got too much alliteration. I've got Socialism Saturday and Spy Stream. I do love a good alliteration. So make sure you're using your new channel memberships. Come to Spy Streams. I do announce them on my website. You can find it at decodetheleft.com/events. There are going to be at least 3, I think, Spy Streams this week. I think so. There's one on Monday. There's one on Thursday. And I think there might be another one just off the top of my head. So pay attention to the Substack. I always post the credentials over there when I'm doing a new one. And then if I post something on the Substack, you know to go to the YouTube community page and find your membership or your credential information there to find the links and stuff like that. All right. Let's get into this. I think this is going to be a great little episode. Grab your drink of choice, kick back, relax, and enjoy the socialism, guys. Let's get this party started. And we'll, of course, fast forward. Philip! There's Philip. There's our guy.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to...
Hi, Philip. It's good to see you. Thank you, Scott. Yeah, you're about to get a sneak peek at what we're really talking about tonight. Thank you.
Red May 2025, our 9th...
Yo, another one. Sorry. Okay. Tolkien Fan, in with the member chat. Karlyn's work is extremely important. We need more people to learn this language and help expose this to others in our lives. Thank you, Tolkien Fan. Yo, Alex! You're drinking tonight? Yeah. I'm not planning on drinking tonight, Alex. I do have the vape with me. though, which of course there's nothing in the vape. The vape is just a totally innocuous vape, and there's definitely not anything in it. But that is what I'm thinking about doing tonight, just because I'm not feeling drinking tonight. I'm still, but this is gonna be our friend. Thank you, Alex, for the super chat. Look at that. What are we up to now? I need math. $73. Can we get this goal before we even start the stream? Can we get Trendolin has been a member for 29 months. Thank you, Trendolin. That's crazy. Okay, I'm going to do one call. Does anyone want to send me $27 so that we can achieve our super chat goal before we even start? You could be the hero of the chat. I will be so nice to everyone if we meet our goal before we even start the stream. I'm not going to give this. It's going to be like a one-time opportunity to be the hero of the chat for the night. Okay? And this is my final offer. If you put us over the super chat goal right now before I start that. Yeah, Trendolin put in 20. Now we only need 7. Look at this. Trendolin, you're always the hero of the chat. And now we are down to $7. Yo! Look at us. We made it. We made it. Brown Barbara, we made it. Nick has made it. Oh my God, we got somebody in. Oh my God, everyone's a hero. Everyone's a hero. Everyone's a hero. Okay, here is the rule. Everyone who contributed to the super chat goal has immunity for tonight. Everyone that has sent in a super chat so far has immunity for the night. Cindy got it. This is like when you're at an art auction and everyone can have the piece of art, and they're like, who else is buying the piece of art for the night? Has no one else ever done that? It's like, you get the piece of art and you all get it at the special introductory price. Thank you to everyone who donated a super chat. Now we're up to 150 before we even start the stream. And so everyone, every single person who sent in a super chat before I started the stream, everyone has blessed immunity for the night. Kristen has blessed immunity. It means I can't ban you from the chat. It means you can say and do whatever you want. So everyone that sent in a super chat, if you want to debunk the video, you're allowed to debunk the video. You all just bought debunking privileges. I promise I will not yell at you if you try to debunk the video. They don't understand the things we say on Twitter. Mass genocide, ain't that the truth? They don't understand the things we say on Twitter. They really don't. They don't. So everyone everyone that's super chatted in, you guys all have immunity from me yelling at you for the night. You can say and do whatever you want. So take advantage. Take advantage. But remember, I'm watching all of you. And all remember, if you guys try to drive me insane with this gifted immunity that I have bestowed upon you, I will remember and I will get my revenge later, okay? So let's just rein it in, please. You all have immunity, but just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Red May. This year's festival is dedicated to the memory of our friend Joshua Clover, poet, wit, lucid and courageous communist. Ave et quae Joshua.
A courageous communist.
Today I'm happy to at least broach the topic of where we are, how we got here, and where we're going.
Yeah. Good to see you, Philip.
Some Way Out of Here, in homage to Bob Dylan's song, There Must Be Some Way Out of Here. And to help us figure out if there is, or what it might be, we have some of Red May's alums back here, and some people who have never been to Red May before. Jasper Burns, who is the author of the wonderful new book, The Future of Revolution. We're having, by the way, if you are in Seattle on May 29th, Thursday, May 29th, at 7:30 p.m. at Town Hall,
Thank
Seattle.
You.
We're having a discussion about that with Jasper in the flesh. Jasper is also a poet and author of We Are Nothing and So Can You. He was one of the principals of Commune Editions and is also the author of The Work of Art in the Age of Deindustrialization. Alberto Toscano, across the border in Canada, safe for the moment. Alberto is the author of so many books. It's of such variety, or editor of them. He's the author of Fanaticism on the Uses of an Idea, Cartographies of the Absolute, and of course, Late Fascism, Race Capitalism, and Politics of Crisis from Verso in 2023, and another book we love called Terms of Disorder. He's the editor of the Italian line in Seagull Press, which has brought out books by Franco Fortini, Fulvio Gessi, and he's the editor now of a 2-volume Georges Bataille collected writings, which is just absolutely incredible as you look at it. If I had the money in my pocket then, I would have just snatched it up, but it's at the top of the list. We're happy to have also Jody Dean. Jody is the author
she was last
of
week.
Neo-Feudalism. Let me get the exact title. Capital's Grave, Neo-Feudalism and the New Class Struggle, but many of you will know her as the author of the what I call the Communist Trilogy, The Communist Horizon, Crowds and Party, The Comrade, from Verso, or at least the last two are.
We like Jody. She makes good
But
clips.
although some books you might not know that are early, but quite fascinating to read now, Blog Theory, Aliens in America. And last we have Michael McCarthy, a critical sociologist who is the author of a new book called The Master's Tools, How Finance Wrecked Democracy and a Radical Plan to Rebuild It. We want to have a discussion about that and about finance, one of our perhaps mini red Mays. Hopefully we might have a red October this year.
That would be pretty great,
We're all
Philip.
here to
We would
kind
love
of
that.
share our bewilderment, our illumination at the present moment.
Philip, we just want to send our approval and our excitement over your planning of Red October and providing us content throughout the year. That would be pretty great.
And to kind of decide for ourselves whether it is in fact a unique moment, not in the way that every moment is a unique moment, but it's something that no one expected, it's a surprise, or were the signs for this sitting by the roadside for anybody to look at for a long, long time. And what particularly is this in the first 100 days of Trump? And then not to get too imprisoned in the back and forth of TV news events, and to at least attend.
The subject here is they want to complain about everything they don't like about Trump and fascism. That's basically the title is some way out of here, which is to say things are so terrible and we're living in fascism and what do we do about it?
To what's structurally going on over the long term, to try to figure out where we might be headed and what we might do as members of the left. It's going to be fairly informal. Some people have prepared remarks. Others are just want to go into it conversationally. So I thought we'd start with Jody here and give us your take. I mean, the questions we pose, there are things like...
right. Have you seen Tim's feed today?
What's novel about this new regime in the first 100 days? What, if anything, has surprised you about the response or the non-response of the media, the political class, friends and relatives to the scale of this counter-revolution? And then afterwards, how do we move forward? So throwing those questions up in the air, we'll go to Jody.
Great. Thanks so much, Philip. I want to focus my questions on how did we get to this point? And I was thinking about this in terms of, are we in a situation where the problem is the weakness of the left, or might it be
No.
a response to the strength of the left? And at first,
Oh, there it is.
when I first was thinking about your questions, I kept thinking about this primarily in terms of left defeat, the destruction of democracy as the culmination of the defeat of the Soviet Union and the working class after 40 years of neoliberalism. And so the kind of sad, depressing story of left failure and division, our inability to fight back effectively or respond to changes in capitalism,
Ding.
our inability to come up with enough of a common program to fight for state power, and instead ceding the term to the right, the whole terrain to the right. But I started thinking that this is a really unsatisfying answer, in part because it doesn't.
Just so people have context for what Jody believes, the last Red May presentation that we watched, which was I think last week, was basically Jody wrote a new book called Capitalism's Grave, in which the premise of the book seems to be that everyone is a service worker now. And so you're not just a service worker if you work at like Starbucks or you're like a waiter in a restaurant. Literally every single person is now a service worker in Jody's mind. And so, like, if you work on Wall Street, you're a service worker. If you own your own business, you're a service worker. Like, if like every like a small business, not a large one, but like if you like every single person who like engages in capitalism at all is an oppressed proletarian service worker, and therefore the entire world has become feudalism. So we're living in a post-capitalism feudalist society in which if we don't overthrow the oppressors, we are in fascism or something like that. It's something weird like that, where like her premise starts off as literally every single person has become equivalent to a barista or a waiter. Not that there's anything wrong with being a barista or a waiter, but like it's just a weird premise. Do you think they consider the political class a separate group from everyday people? Yes, because they consider them to be on the top of the hierarchy. So yeah, I think they probably do. Yeah, techno-feudalism. So we used to do bingo cards, and I've been thinking about bringing bingo cards back, but the reason that I'm apprehensive about bingo cards is I kind of felt like everyone started making it about winning bingo rather than actually listening to what was said. And so I took the bingo cards away. I could bring them back. They need to be readjusted. But like maybe I will, but you guys have got to listen. If I bring back the bingo cards, this cannot just be about winning the game, okay? Everyone still has to listen to what's being said.
Mesh with the right's own narrative about left-wing takeover. Across the right, from the Catholics through MAGA to the tech bros, there's this story of radical left takeover of the country, right? People probably saw recently Trump complaining about communist judges, right? As if that were the case. In fact, you know, the judges that he appointed under the suggestions of Leonard Leo and the Federalist Society, hardly communist judges, but that's what they're complaining about. And then think of another set of complaints. I'm going to think about these in a little more detail from Mark Andreessen. He was the founder of Netscape, and he's a Silicon Valley.
He blocked me on Twitter for being against
this interview a few months
Israel
ago with Ross Douthat in the New York Times, and Andreessen tells a story of the radical left takeover of Silicon Valley. Leftist employees flooded tech companies. They pushed DEI and socially responsible investing. Far left Democrats were cracking down on crypto and trying to hamstring the development of AI. In Andreessen's telling, the whole period from the second Obama administration through Trump 1 and Biden is a story of the dramatic expansion of left power. And he gives in particular the years 2012, 2013, and 2014 as like this kind of major problem. Like this is when everything is going wrong. And he says, like just a few years before that, Harvard graduates were coming to Silicon Valley, you know, ready to make money, wanting to get promoted, wanting to be CEOs. But by 2012, Andreessen says, they're coming in with the attitude of fuck it. we're burning the system down. You are all evil. White people are evil. All men are evil. Capitalism is evil. Tech is evil. That's a quote.
True.
Andreessen doesn't mention the protest against the Google shuttle buses in San Francisco that happened that year, or the broader rise in critical commentary at the time, right, on tax avoidance by tech lords, their personal excesses, the concomitant stagnation of the sector. Nor does he mention the rise of Black Lives Matter with the Ferguson rebellions in 2014, or Israel's war in Gaza happening at the same time, right? Operation Protective Edge, where Israel killed over 2,000 Palestinians. Instead, Andreessen's story is about misunderstood and disrespected founders and CEOs feeling bad because nobody likes them anymore, and they have to deal with these radicalized employees, activists, and by 2017, a Democratic Party that was blaming big tech for Trump and demanding some kind of social media accountability. In Andreessen's words, and then of course, COVID hits, which was a giant radicalizing moment.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, we had lived through 8 years of what was increasingly, clearly a social revolution.
True.
Very clearly, companies are being hijacked to engines of social change, social revolution. The employee base is going feral. There were cases in the Trump era where multiple companies I know felt like they were hours away from full-blown violent riots on their own campuses by their own employees.
True.
In Andreessen's world, which I think we should take as an indication of thinking on the right, radicals are poised to destroy their companies.
Yo, listen, Mark Andreessen was pretty dead on with that analysis, but if Jody thinks that analysis is common on the right, Jody is unhinged from reality. That type of analysis is not common on the right. Not even Elon Musk understands that. Now, Mark Andreessen, like, props to him. That analysis was really effing good. But I promise you, Elon Musk himself doesn't understand what Jody just explained.
Says in this interview, they're going to kill us, kill our companies, and that their only plea is, please don't kill us. Now, we might evaluate this in terms of Andreessen's like psychotic inability to distinguish between what is happening to others and what is happening to him. Images of riots and violence blur into the organized fight back of workers in the tech sector, such that Andreessen and his ilk become the victims. But I think he's right. The goal is to bring them down, to demolish the power of the tech lords, billionaires, capitalists, and asset holders, their whole racist, climate-destroying, neo-feudal imperialist order. That's the horizon. As Andreessen's...
I'm sorry, Jody, can you say that again for us, please? Let's turn on captions just to make sure we heard it correctly. Can you say that for us one more time, Jody?
Such that Andreessen and his ilk become the victims. But I think he's right. The goal is to bring them down, to demolish the power of the tech lords, billionaires, capitalists, and asset holders, their whole racist, climate-destroying, neo-feudal imperialist order. That's the horizon.
The goal is to destroy all the evil capitalists and all the other buzzwords around with it. But remember, guys, James Lindsay and all of his cronies wants you to think that I'm the crazy one. None of this comes from me. The left says this out loud all the time. All you have to do is watch the video. Whether or not you think I'm crazy is irrelevant. The video is the video. They're telling you what they want to do.
Andreessen says the left wants revolution and the right wants not the left.
Yeah.
If we combine Andreessen's fear of riots and revolution with the 2020 George Floyd protest, right, which involved nearly 30 million people, many demonstrating for the very first time. And then if we combine this with the last year and a half of Palestinian solidarity protests and encampments, it makes sense that the ruling class is afraid. By their terms, we are going feral, refusing to put up and shut up. In 2020, millions called for the defunding and abolition of the police. Since 2023, millions around the world have consistently demonstrated against Israeli occupation and genocide and against the complicity of the US, UK, and EU in perpetrating the genocide. Not only is support for Palestine stronger than it's ever been in the US, But we see every day the willingness of people, especially students, to fight back even when they're facing great personal risk. So how did we get to the Trump era? It's counter-revolution against left strength. It's right-wing flip out against DEI, disorder, and Democrats who are all presented as communists. Okay, 2 more points. Second.
Called out. Called out. Yes, I can turn up the volume on their presentation a little bit. Called out. Philip was very loud. That's why I turned down the volume. Oh, it's not going back because I'm trying to control the volume. Okay, hang on. Play. I want to go back and get Jody saying that Democrats, the key part that you should be listening to here is Jody very clearly explaining that Democrats and communists are not the same thing.
Day, the willingness of people, especially students, to fight back even when they're facing great personal risk. So how did we get to the Trump era? It's counter-revolution against left strength. It's right-wing flip out against DEI, disorder, and Democrats who are all presented as communists. Okay,
there
2 more
is.
points. Second, if we assess the present right-wing flip out in terms of ruling class fear of radical left power, we can account for a couple of other aspects of it. It explains the capitulation and cowardice of Columbia and other universities, the concessions of major law firms to Trump's extortionate demands, and the cooperation and compliance of the Democratic Party with an administration that they labeled as fascist. The liberal establishment is afraid, and they're so afraid that they're turning against their own stated purposes and ideals. The very real problems with decaying capitalism on a warming planet, right, from increases in immigration to intensified economic inequality to the end of US hegemony to imperial violence, this heightens the contradictions, the sides becoming clearer. Now, the so-called rights and guarantees of liberal democracy have, of course, always been conditional, but that doesn't mean they're not useful. It's better not to be at risk of deportation for writing an editorial or participating in campus protests. It's better not to lose one's job because of one's political activity. It's better not to have it is better to have school curricula that tell the truth about settler colonialism, slavery, lynching, and Jim Crow. Third point.
Look! A socialist actually got a membership on the channel. Randy, how you got a membership on the channel is that you watch my content probably more than you want to admit because I understand your ideology better than most people on your own side. And one day while you were watching my content secretly without identifying yourself in the chat, someone gifted memberships to people on the channel. And that is a function of capitalism. So now, Randy, guess what, bro? You've been a beneficiary of capitalism because the minute that someone gifted memberships to random people on my channel, you ended up with capitalist privilege by getting one of those free memberships because you were secretly watching my content, pretending you weren't. And now we all know that you're secretly watching my content. And now we know you're a socialist. So, welcome, socialist. We know we understand your philosophy better than you do. It's okay to admit it. It's okay. Capitalism. Gotta love it.
Flip out is a response to left strength, must not preclude acknowledgement of our weakness. That is acknowledgement of the limits of that the last cycle of struggles have come up against with respect to imperial economic and state power. The billionaires have gotten richer. Police violence has expanded. Over 50,000 Palestinians have been killed. Much of Gaza reduced to rubble. And Israel is bombing Syria and Lebanon and preparing to annex the West Bank, and of course, climate change. So we have to seek truth from facts. We have not built the power to stop any of this, but that's the task. We have to prepare the revolution they fear, building the organizations and movements with the capacity to strategize, to seize, and to transform the state and socialize production and distribution.
I'm sorry, what? We love Jody. Jody always gives us some great clips. Again, Jody?
Bombing Syria and Lebanon and preparing to annex the West Bank, and of course, climate change. So we have to seek truth from facts. We have not built the power to stop any of this, but that's the task. We have to prepare the revolution they fear, building the organizations and movements with the capacity to strategize, to seize, and to transform the state and socialize production and distribution. The rejection.
So the communists are telling you flat out, they are building the revolution that you fear in order to commandeer the means of production and overthrow the state. They're not being secretive about it.
Of the status quo is already here. The challenge is the direction that comes next. In the more immediate term, we can't fall for the liberal trick of defending a rotten, decaying system.
And in addition, don't think that when they're talking about the revolution that they're falling for some liberal trick that's going to keep them within the decaying system of capitalism. These are not liberals. These are communists.
In his new book, Perfect Victims, Mohammed El-Kurd writes that this consequential moment calls on us to raise the ceiling of what is permissible. We answer that call when we reject safetyism, nonviolence, vulnerability, moralism, and identity deference as the default settings of our organizing.
I'm sorry, did you just say that you were going to reject nonviolence in your organizing of the revolution to overthrow the state? Did I hear that correctly? Yup. Reject safety, nonviolence, and other things in their organizing. Again, Jody, do you want to just tell us again how you're rejecting nonviolence in your revolution against the state?
Consequential moment calls on us to raise the ceiling of what is permissible. We answer that call when we reject safetyism, nonviolence, vulnerability, moralism, and identity deference as the default settings of our organizing. Embracing weakness is not the way to build strength. It's not the path to revolution, even if it is a well-worn path to academic recognition.
Wow.
If we believe our analyses, something Charisse Burden-Stelly always calls for, then we need to acknowledge that business is over as usual, past security is gone, an armed struggle with all its risk and complexity is resistance, and resistance is justified.
For all the people who think the left doesn't have guns, we have all the guns, the left doesn't have guns, let's listen to what Jody says just here. Listen.
That business is over as usual, past security is gone, an armed struggle with all its risk and complexity is resistance.
An armed struggle with all its risk and complexity is resistance. They're talking about forming organizations to elicit their revolution against the state. They're talking about explicit rejection of nonviolence, and they're talking about an armed struggle. Again?
Security is gone. An armed struggle with all its risk and complexity is resistance.
An armed struggle with all its risk and complexity is resistance. Is everyone clear on why we actually sit down and listen to what socialists say now? Even when it's boring, even when you don't want to listen, because when you sit down and you just let them talk, magically, you get clips of them talking about organizing a revolution in which they're rejecting nonviolence in order to engage in an armed struggle to overthrow the state. Let's just get that whole clip, just from the very beginning. I want people to hear all of this from the beginning. And I'm not going to interrupt. You're just going to listen. Okay, ready?
West Bank, the West Bank, and of course, climate change. So we have to seek truth from facts. We have not built the power to stop any of this, but that's the task. We have to prepare the revolution they fear, building the organizations and movements with the capacity to strategize, to seize, and to transform the state and socialize production and distribution. The rejection of the status quo is already here. The challenge is the direction that comes next. In the more immediate term, we can't fall for the liberal trick of defending a rotten, decaying system. In his new book, Perfect Victims, Mohammed El-Kurd writes that this consequential moment calls on us to raise the ceiling of what is permissible. We answer that call when we reject safetyism, nonviolence, vulnerability, moralism, and identity deference as the default settings of our organizing. Embracing weakness is not the way to build strength. It's not the path to revolution, even if it is a well-worn path to academic recognition. If we believe our analyses, something Charisse Burden-Stelly always calls for, then we need to acknowledge that business is over as usual, past security is gone, and armed struggle with all its risk and complexity is resistance, and resistance is justified.
Is everyone clear? Is everyone clear on what she just said? I want to do a quick pause and make sure there are no questions. We don't know. She might say something more after this, but I think that she said quite enough at this point. Is everyone clear on what she just said in the chat, or does anyone have questions or want me to replay it again? And it's okay to have questions. It's okay to be unclear. All right. Does everyone get it? This is what it sounds like when they're calling for violent overthrow of the government. It comes in the form of academic. It doesn't come in the form of a bunch of crazy leftists screaming in the streets with pink hair and all this stuff. This is what it sounds like when they're calling for violent revolution. Okay? Let's keep going.
We have to figure out how to link the political struggle with subsistence and survival struggles without assuming that these are the same or competing, or that they have to be done by a single organization. Struggles in the hinterlands, right, in rural and abandoned areas are ongoing and will continue to escalate. Right, building there and decreasing the urban-rural divide is crucial, and it's actually already happening with the immigration struggle. Most important, building and expanding the socialist and communist movement rather than being content with tiny cultural formations is part of the order of the day. So whatever weakness we have is on us. Our failure to provide the language for expressing working class grievance and the organization, and to build the organizations needed for working class struggle. Anyway, I conclude, if we want revolution, we have to think like it, act like it, and prepare for it. Anything else is liberalism.
Anything else is liberalism. Anything else is liberalism. She just said it right there. There it is. Hey, AP, this has nothing to do with Islamism. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to give you something to think about. The reason you hate Islam is not that we are actually in any danger from Islam, because we're not. We're not in any danger from Islam. They never talk about Islamism. They don't promote Islamism. This has nothing to do with Islamism. The Palestinian conflict and the reason they support Palestine has nothing to do with Islamism. The reason that you, as a conservative, because I know you're a conservative, you hate Islamism is because the Jews and no, I shouldn't say the Jews. I'm being unfair. I'm being unkind. It's not all the Jews, but some Jews in Israel propagandized to the American people to make you believe that Islam is our enemy and that we need to go to war with Islamic countries because Israel wants us to be at war with Islamic countries, not because the United States has any business over there. The only business we have over there is Israel wants us to be at war with Islamic countries, and the American people were propagandized to learn to hate Islam for no good reason because they're not our enemy. So this has nothing to do with Islam. It really doesn't. I'm not saying people need to support Islam, do whatever you want, but the reason that you guys hate Islamism is because you were propagandized to by your own media, because Israel owns your media and they wanted you to go to war with Islamic countries on their behalf. So to be very, very clear, this has nothing to do with Islam. This has nothing to do with Muslims. This has nothing to do with brown people. This has to do with radical revolutionary socialism in America, and we need to make sure we're being extremely explicit about what we're talking about. All right. Well, we already have enough clips to make some noise this week, I think, Jody. And so let's keep going.
Thanks a lot, Jody. I mean, there's a lot there. A lot of questions that you posed that are worth dealing with. Before we go into the next person that.
Yeah, just because a person wrote a book named Muhammad does not mean that has anything to do with Islam. It has to do with his name being Muhammad. And you guys are fundamentally suspicious of everyone with an Islamic name because you were propagandized to by your own media, and you think that this is about something it's not about. And now you're resisting and deflecting because I'm telling you that your media propagandized to you, and you're going through a little bit of cognitive dissonance because you don't want to believe that your media propagandized to you, especially not for 25 years or whatever it's been since 9/11, because they've been propagandizing to you that whole time and before that too, but really since that whole time. And it's because Israel wants us to go to war with the Muslim countries in the Middle East.
The question I would ask, one question is, obviously, from one perspective, it's a phantasmagoria. It's something out of Ernst Bloch to believe that Joe Biden is a Marxist and the Marxists control the government. And yet the question is, some of these people obviously believe it.
Philip just said, I love that they're so incredulous. They're like, people are saying that Joe Biden is a communist and we control the government, and people actually believe this. Philip, we agree. We agree. On this, Philip, we are completely 100% on your side. We believe it is also batshit insane that conservatives believe that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are communists and that they confuse them with you guys all the time. We are totally in sync.
Dealing with. Before we go into the next person, the question I would ask, one question is, obviously, from one perspective, it's a phantasmagoria. It's something out of Ernst Bloch to believe that Joe Biden is a Marxist and the Marxists control the government.
Yep, true.
And yet the question is, some of these people obviously believe it.
They do. Yep.
Some people pretend to believe it. Some
they're
people
not pretending.
Act like it's happening so they'll maintain influence in Washington, D.C. It's a really complicated situation.
It's not complicated, actually. It's not complicated at all. Conservatives are dumb, and conservatives don't listen, and conservatives are propagandists, and that's why everyone does believe that Democrats are communists. Is existential individual consciousness the final form of private property that needs abolition? No. That's a conservative talking point. That's not real. That is a conservative interpretation. It's also having a little bit of this Gnosticism bullshit that conservatives like to talk about. No. The ultimate form of abolition is just private property ownership. That's it. Now, individualism is considered to be a part of that, but abolishing individualism is not the end goal. Abolishing individualism is just another thing on the list of private property that they want to abolish. And they're going to do it in terms of abolishing different types of individual liberties and stuff like that, because you need to always be in the service of the collective. But this is not the goal. This is what we call a conservative bullshit talking point that is a reflection of the fact that people don't understand what the left believes. That's not your fault, Scott. I'm not trying to shit on you. It's a good question. I'm glad you asked it. But that's not real. It's for them, individualism is no different. It's no more special than any other form of private property.
Here, where you have something that both is accepted as true and it's obviously crazy.
Yes,
that we're looking at from the outside.
It is
and
crazy.
That has to do with the imminence of revolution and lots of other things. So I wonder how that factors in. You know, obviously the tech people have this narrative that's going to send them to Mars. You know, that means that essentially Earth is going to be so bad that all the perils of forming a civilization on Mars will be easier for the rich people than sort of cleaning up the ecological mess here, or capitalism's mess. So I guess, I'm thinking about Alberto's late fascism book, and also, the question of Bloch's Heritage of Our Times, that kind of strange mix of kind of archaic thought and actual belief, and wondering how people sense, it factors in here. Does anybody have does that lead in that naturally to what somebody was going to say on these topics?
Maybe I can chime, because it sort of does chime in with what I was going to say anyhow. So maybe I'll use my time now and then pass it on to Mike, who I think had some semi-prepared comments as well as Jody. So I mean, I think one of the questions that I think is key that was raised in Jodi's intervention is really about how we understand the very vocabulary and the very idea of counter-revolution today. It's striking that it is a term, it is a lexicon that's part of the terminology of the US far right and the far right elsewhere. How much...
For the record, I'm pretty sure I'm like the only actual person using the term counter-revolutionary right now. Are other people using that term? I use the term counter-revolutionary quite a bit, but obviously I have the Counter-Revolutionary Book Club. But do other people use that term on the right? Because I haven't heard it.
This is, as in Jodi's galvanizingly optimistic interpretation, a symptom of left strength, and how much is it, as Adorno said of the far right in Germany in 1967, an imago of communism, is, I think, up for debate. When I was working on the book, I thought that two formulations, regarding fascism emerging from Black radical and communist struggles in the US could be merged together, right? The first one being Du Bois's understanding of the counter-revolution against radical reconstruction as the counter-revolution of property, right?
The counter-revolution.
And the second one being Angela
Wait, the counter-revolution of property? That's funny. Hang on.
The counter-revolution against radical reconstruction as the counter-revolution of property, right?
The counter-revolution of property. Yeah, I'll take that. We're doing the counter-revolution of property. I want to protect private property ownership. I don't want you touching my stuff. I want you staying away from my stuff. All of my stuff. I'm not going to buy this. We're not trying to take away your personal property. You want to take away my ability to own a home. You want to take away my ability to own land. You want to take my ability to own an apartment rental away that I can rent out as a landlord or an Airbnb. You want to take away my intellectual property. I very literally make a living on intellectual property. You want to take away my right to own a private business, whether that private business be big or small. Therefore, you're taking away my livelihood. You want to take away my parental rights because you consider parental rights to be a form of private property. And you want to take away my free speech and my ability to practice spirituality in any way I see fit in the form of individual liberties. So yeah, I want you to not take away my stuff. So I'm fine with the counter-revolution of property.
Right. And the second one being Angela Davis's and Marcuse's formulation of a preventive counter-revolution.
Preventive
and I think that temporality, but also that strategic as well as psychic landscape of the preventive is quite important, right? So if we think of something like a preventive, a long, very long, preventive counter-revolution of property as a sort of thread, right, running through this. And I think here maybe we can also speculate about the nature of these fantasies and misrecognitions, right? So why is it that very explicitly from, as Jodi rightly said, right, from the venture capitalists and tech bros to the radical Christian nationalists, social conservatives like Russell Vogt, this narrative, right, in Vogt's terms, that we are in the late stage of a Marxist takeover of the state.
He knows what's
has
up.
Become so pervasive. And why is it that mechanisms of co-optation, compromise, the pacification of struggle, right, are misrecognized, right, as a systematic and strategic plot by a supposedly radical left,
supposedly
to
radical
in all of the apparatuses of the state, down to
supposedly radical. We all literally just heard Jodi Dean calling for violent overthrow of the state and armed resistance. And this guy's like, yeah, the supposedly radical left. Okay, bro.
The Department of Defense, the military, the repressive apparatus, and so on. So I think we have, to my mind, there's two elements. One is that this is a kind of screen as well as a much more manageable tactical object vis-a-vis the trauma,
hang on, Salvatore, we need to burst your bubble, okay? So do they agree with what the WEF is doing, yet not globalized by them? We need to be very, very clear about this. These people have nothing to do with the WEF. The WEF are Malthusian globalists. These people are not Malthusian globalists. These people are radical revolutionary communists. These people hate the WEF. They are not aligned with the WEF. They have nothing to do with the WEF. The WEF has nothing to do with this. The WEF is not funding this in any way. There is no connection between these people and the WEF. I've been undercover at their events. I've heard them talking about this. They want nothing to do with that. Anytime the WEF is conflated with the radical revolutionary socialists in America, it is purely because conservatives do not understand the difference between the WEF and the radical revolutionary socialists. They would love to destroy the WEF. Yes, what we're talking about is the reason that people get confused is because socialists say that socialism has to be global in order for it to be real socialism. The WEF are also globalists, obviously. And so people who are not looking deeply into this topic, they hear them both talking about this needs to be a global enterprise, and they think, oh, they're all leftists, they're all working together. That's not what's going on. First of all, I don't even think the WEF is technically leftist. I think the WEF they're Malthusian fascists, okay? So they're a completely different ideology than the radical revolutionary socialists. What you're seeing is this is equivalent to two different baseball teams. This is the Red Sox and the Yankees. The Red Sox and the Yankees are playing the same game. The Red Sox and the Yankees, in this case, both want the worldwide overthrow of the capitalist system to usher in their vision of utopia. But they're not playing on the same team. They're on opposite teams. They are not working together. There is nothing they have to do with each other except they come together and fight when they need to. And ultimately, I think that these two groups are just going to end up fighting each other. I think they're going to completely fuck up our entire society. I think that in America, we are in far more danger from the radical revolutionary socialists because they control the culture in America. The WEF does not control the culture in America. These people control the culture. And so I personally think we're under more direct threat from them. And I think eventually, once these people overthrow the government of the United States, it's just going to be a fight. And we're all going to be effed. So we need to be very clear about this. Not the WEF. Thank you for allowing me to get up on my soapbox.
Or the number of traumas, but the trauma that was the George Floyd uprising, right? And the possibilities opened up by that, which of course, many of these mechanisms that are presented as Marxist Trojan horses were fairly deliberately aimed to pacify, right? To kind of co-opt and pacify.
Really?
The other aspect, though, which I think is really critical, that
thanks,
I would want to center in this conversation.
Tayton, thank you for the super chat. Everyone wants power. That does not mean they're on the same team. Blame your influencers for not calling balls and strikes. Yes. I don't want anyone to feel bad if I tell you that your favorite influencer lied to you. It's not your fault your favorite influencer lied to you, but it's not my fault either that they lied to you. So we hinge into reality here. Appreciate it, Tayton.
Is the real rationality, the realpolitik that relies in the idea of prevention. And we talk about the preventive or the anticipatory element. If we do so, I think we need to keep in mind that there is a recognition, sometimes explicit, sometimes subterranean on the part of the far right, that extreme, widespread, and rather uncontrollable social struggles are inevitable, right? Are inevitable due to geopolitical conflict, economic stagnation, climate collapse, and so on, right? And so the preventive dimension, I think, of this fascistic counter-revolution of property is really about, and sometimes this is made very explicit, is really about systematically eliminating any capacities for organization or self-defense or coordination amongst social forces that would be viewed as arrayed against the prospects and projects of capital or of social conservatism, right? I think here of Elsa Dorland's great book on the philosophy of self-defense, right? This is a logic that's key to fascism, that is key to racial capitalism, which is a logic of eliminating the very capacity for self-defense, right? And this is where we see the extreme overkill, in literally, of the militarization of the state. And this is where we also see, I think, the lucidity of Gustavo Petro's statement that what we see in Gaza is a rehearsal for the future, right? And this is why there's such a participation and a buy-in, and simplicity, and an infrastructural support for it. So that's what I would want to really, like, in light of Jodi's comments. I think what is being responded to in many ways is a potential and is also a prospect of real crisis, about which I think the far right is much more realistic and much more lucid than much of the left, which I think even in some of its self-avowed radical variants imagines the situation to be much more containable or much more reformable. And just to finish up, I think this is why I think the right has the ability to plug into what Adorno 60 years ago called this widespread feeling of social catastrophe, right? The anxiety of imminence of what is coming. But I think is also what lies behind, I think, what not just the genocide in Gaza, but also the response to the solidarity and the protest has shown, which is a complete moral, symbolic collapse of progressive neoliberalism, lesser evilism, and so on, right? That are now, I think, dead men walking, even though they might still get 60, 70 million people to vote for them. So I'm not doubting that. But I think there is that kind of hollowing out that we have to reckon with, right? In thinking about the ways out. So I'll stop there and pass it on to Mike, I think.
Well, wait, let's, anybody want to respond to that quickly? We'll get to you, Mike, don't worry.
Philip.
I mean, it's a crazy idea. It's a reaction to events that are going to happen years down the road,
Well, and I think maybe just to add to that, I think there's this element which I think is also very significant, is the systematic and lucid character of the various wings of the far right's deliberate decision to take, break, and remake the state, right? And that's where also I think the use of those executive mechanisms that were, of course, totally normal also under democratic administrations for all sorts of nefarious material as well, that becomes really key, right? And we see this also, right, in the spectacle of cruelty that goes along with the mass deportations and the repression. I think that that kind of neo-Caesarist explicit dictatorship of capital becomes quite significant.
Okay, we'll get back to that.
Wait a second. Is that his Starbucks apron hanging on the doorknob? It might be. It might be, which means he would be an oppressed worker, which is part of the point. And it doesn't mean he's not a socialist revolutionary. I love that conservatives are like, you can't do anything if you're a barista at Starbucks. Are you shitting me? Because baristas at Starbucks have a lot of free time to organize and protest and do other things. Of course you can do stuff if he's a barista at Starbucks. I don't think he is, though, because he's a college professor. So he is a college professor. He's teaching young people. He's writing books. He's doing things in the world. Dogs are not private property. Dogs are personal property. They're allowed to have dogs. They're also, by the way, allowed to engage in capitalism as long as they're trying to overthrow the system. So doing the own that conservatives love to do, which is, why are you engaging in capitalism if you want to overthrow it? They're allowed to engage in it to overthrow the system. They live in a capitalist system. They have to survive in a capitalist system. It says this in the Communist Manifesto. They're allowed to do this.
Mike, you want to step in and give us a couple of...
Yeah, I guess in the spirit of riffs, I'm going to just throw my comments out completely and kind of go off what was previously said.
And Scott, by the way, I'm not trying to make fun of you. I'm really not. But like, you got to understand how many times I've heard the conservative talking point that why are they engaging in capitalism if they're trying? You got to understand how many times I've heard this over the past 4 years. It's nothing personal. I'm just really sick of it.
Yeah, both Alberto and Jody's comments resonate.
Yes, I have done about 15 videos defining the difference between personal property and private property. I've also done write-ups on my Substack delineating the difference between personal property and private property. The difference between personal property and private property is bourgeois property, which you can use to create personal, individualized wealth that is not available to the collective. So when they say capitalism, they mean private property ownership, which means your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own private business, whether that private business is big or small. Your parental rights over your children are considered to be a form of private property. Your individual liberties are also considered to be a form of private property. What's not considered to be a form of private property? Things like your dog or your toothbrush or your books or your computer or your phone or your car or things like that. When communists say, we don't want to take your personal property, don't worry, what they mean is things like your car and your computer and your toothbrush and things like that, because you cannot use those things probably to create personal privatized wealth that is walled off from the collective. What can you use to create personal privatized wealth? Homes, land, businesses, intellectual property, apartment rentals, parental rights. They're opposed to parental rights because it's a form of generational wealth where you can pass your private property, your personal privatized wealth to your kids. That's why. So that's the difference. I have other videos on this too if you want to check those out. It looks like Reagan just put one in the chat.
Resonate in important ways. The way I see it is that, you know, starting around
and if I just spoke too quickly for anyone because you're new and you're trying to learn this, I'm sorry, but I gave you an overview. You can rewind the video and listen again. You can ask further questions in the chat. I'm not trying to make anyone feel like they can't ask questions. There are videos on the channel. There are breakdowns on my Substack. So if I spoke fast, it was just because I was trying to move on.
2015, 2016, there was a real acceleration in social movement activity, not just in the US, but around the world, that I think made incredible strides on the cultural level, that in pretty deep and profound ways eroded the legitimacy of the ruling class, of the figures of the elite who kind of who we see on social media and in our newspaper pages. And my sense of things is that the Trump election in particular, and the kind of, extreme machismo that came out of, folks like, Elon Musk and the rest of the tech capitalists was a real kind of was an expression of what they thought as regaining their cultural power, regaining their cultural position in society, regaining their cultural legitimacy. And I think that especially as Black Lives Matter emerged, a lot of that legitimacy was drastically eroded. I mean, we saw huge changes in the way that young people thought about socialism, thought about the elite, the way that ordinary working class people think about large firms, big banks. There was massive cultural shift. There wasn't a massive shift politically. There wasn't a massive shift in terms of economic redistribution. There wasn't a massive shift in terms of development of working class institutions, but there was a shift in terms of cultural perceptions of the elite and of their institutions. And I think that was too much for them to handle. And so what we've seen in this kind of moment of this, I think Alberto was absolutely right to kind of trace this kind of fascist turn in these kind of racial moments is I think what they experience as a reassertion of their cultural power. But that was never attached to in any way a loss of economic power, right? It was the movements that kind of were thrown up didn't make real genuine inroads in terms of redistribution. So I kind of riffing off what Alberto and Jody said, I think that's kind of how I see the background of this moment. There were cultural gains made, and those were made by the left, made by progressive movements, and what we're seeing is essentially a reaction to those things on the part of the elite. But then the question is, where's this project now? What is it looking like now that we're 100 days in past their the celebratory win? I think, frankly, I think if this is an emergent fascism, I think it's fragile, unformed, and in crisis, actually. And what we've seen now is a kind of breakdown in the coalition that put Trump in office. That
So
put
true.
This project
Correct,
on
socialist.
the winning
You
tracks.
have, yes.
And I think you can see this basically on
Twitter.
both sides. So on the side of the working class, but also on the side of the elite. So on the side of the working class, if you look at the opinion polls right now, the presidency is completely underwater. There's huge disapproval ratings, and they've literally gone down ever since the first day that he was in office. It's been like a literal downward trend in approval ratings day after day. There's never a bump up, right? It's constantly down and getting worse. And people disapprove how Elon Musk is handling the Doge department. They disapprove about how the economy is running. Huge numbers. 75% think the economy is crap right now. People disapprove the tariff plan. They think the administration is going too far, breaking laws. The one thing that Trump did have majority approval on when he was elected was on deportations. There was a slight majority that wanted to increase deportations. Even on that front, because of the extrajuridical ways in which the administration is pursuing those, people are now increasingly disapproving those. So in terms of popular opinion, the project is basically, as I see it, in a free fall. And look at the other side of the ledger, capital, right? To my understanding, the only section of capital that's really behind Trump at this point is crypto. Every other section of capital is completely hostile to the tariffs idea, and we saw in kind of a brief moment the actual power that capital has in this project that's lurking underneath. What happened after the Trump so-called Liberation Day, right? Remember when he got out there and he had that stupid placard, and he had all those different wild tariff rates for all the different countries that he kind of that the administration came up with in a bizarre kind of way. There was a massive withdrawal of investments in the U.S. stock market, right? There was a huge swing in financial markets, and then what followed in the weeks after that was that there was massive lobbying on the part of hedge funds, on the part of businessmen. Tim Cook, basically Apple CEO, had a direct meeting with Trump saying, these tariffs are going to hurt our business. Trump reacted, said, okay, we're not going to put any tariffs on electronics. So we're basically seeing like the fact that this ethno-protectionist project is on really shaky terrains, not just in terms of popular opinion, right, but also in terms of capital, and in terms of the people that ostensibly have serious structural power in society. So I mean, that's kind of where I think we are in the project. And as the left, I think we need to start thinking about how to build alternative loci of power in this moment, not just in terms of our radical withdrawal of labor or withdrawal of civility in the case of protests, but in terms of building up different kinds of investment powers. I think if we were to look at sort of the broad swath of the past 40 years, the key crisis that has intensified decade after decade is a crisis of investment in care, a crisis of investment in ecological and green energy, a crisis of investment in infrastructure, a crisis of investment in community wealth, and the precarity that has led to a situation that we're in now, where it doesn't matter if you're a Trumpist or if you're a radical socialist. The common thread of opinion across the left and the right is that everybody hates big banks and large corporations. That's the result of this massive investment crisis that we're in. And I think in, as a left and, as folks that are trying to build an alternative, we really need to start to think seriously about how we can start building alternative that can basically deal with that long-term crisis. And so that's kind of how I see it. But I think we're in a very fragile moment. And I don't want to try to paint this as a rosy kind of picture.
We're going to keep
the
on
fragility
going,
could lead to increased dangers. But I think the project that we see, the American State Project, at least domestically, it's on kind of fragile terrain, and that's kind of how
when they say the American State Project, what they mean is the Constitution is based on capitalism. That is what the American State Project is, and they think that they're about to overthrow it, like at any moment, because they think it's on fragile ground.
See it. And that was just my riff. That was my riff off of Jody.
Thanks, Mike. We're moving on to another panel when we get to the crisis of investment. Let's go back to the right-wing project and its relation to Trump. I mean, the question one asks, as I said, is Trump the motor or the face of the right? He's the intersection of various right projects that are not new, but have been around, let's say, since the Reagan era. Whether it's the financial right, it's the Christian nationalist right, it's and so forth. One really wonders too, I wonder, which policies that are being enacted are Trump's and which are Stephen Miller's and which are, Trump at the moment looks sort of like a mad king in some ways, who's clearly.
I wonder how the socialists are going to react if Trump declares the Palestinian state and recognizes a Palestinian state. Because this could actually, someone said this earlier, and I maybe dismissed it a little too quickly at the time. Maybe actually was that on the Bitchcraft call earlier? I think that might have been on the Bitchcraft call. Maybe I dismissed the idea of the socialist reaction to Trump claiming. Listen, I don't know that I believe that Trump is actually going to recognize a Palestinian state. I think the fact that it was floated in the media that Trump might announce the recognition of a Palestinian state is basically going to send Israel into a giant ass tailspin, because there is nothing in the world that you can do to piss off Israel more than recognizing a Palestinian state. And I had some conservatives in my Twitter feed earlier. They were like, Karlyn, it wouldn't have Hamas. And I had to explain to them, I was like, Israel never cared about fucking Hamas. Hamas is the excuse. Hamas is the thing that they can point to and say, we are oppressed, everyone hates us, we're oppressed. Now, I'm not suggesting that Hamas is like an insignificant thing, but you have to understand, if Trump goes and recognizes a Palestinian state, even if Trump is explicitly clear that this is not Hamas, Israel is still going to be pissed, because Hamas is not the reason Israel is pissed. Or like the fact that the Palestinians are on the land that they want is why Israel's pissed. Israel wants to get rid of them entirely and ship them off to other countries so they can overtake the land. So there is nothing, and I mean nothing, that Trump can do that's going to piss off Israel more than declaring recognition of a Palestinian state. And I do wonder what would happen with the left if he did that and what their reaction would be. So I guess we'll see if Trump actually does it.
Clearly going through cognitive decline and is
oh, yo, I didn't even talk about this. Can we take a quick a quick detour? Hang on. Did you guys hear that Glenn Loury got fired from the Manhattan Institute? Now, I feel like I've been pretty milquetoast in my criticism of the Manhattan Institute, even though I have a metric ton of criticism for the Manhattan Institute. And the fact that they fired Glenn Loury, who is one of the most reasonable people on the planet. And the reason we know this is because Glenn Loury went on Tucker Carlson and Tucker Carlson asked him about this. Actually, let me just, I'll play you guys the clip. We'll do this really, really quickly so you guys can hear this. Okay, so we need to go down my Twitter feed and we need to find where I retweeted the clip about Glenn Loury. Hang on. I retweeted this. Oh, they're labeling it as adult content. Okay, that's fine. That's funny, though, even though it's censored. There's Trump saying he's going to recognize Palestine. Let's see. Not there. I retweeted this after. Here. Okay. Check this out. So Glenn Loury. Oh, the sound isn't set up. Glenn Loury was on Tucker Carlson's show. And in this show, they talked about how Loury was ousted for opposing the Israel-Gaza war. So let's just listen to this real quick. And Glenn Loury is talking about the Manhattan Institute. Oh, hang on. You guys can't hear it. Hang on. I'm going to make it bigger and we're going to start
and
again.
I signed on there.
Hang on. We're going to start again.
Overwhelmingly domestic-focused organization. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's correct. They worry about race issues. They worry about
Talking
crime
about
and
the
punishment type
Institute.
issues. They worry about, housing, about city politics, and things like that. And they have, estimable scholars who are a part of the shop that produces these studies and commentaries and so on. And I signed on there as a senior fellow, John Paul's a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute. And we parted company recently at their behest, both their sponsorship of my podcast and their employment of me as a senior fellow because of some of the public comments that I had made at my podcast and some of the people whom I have interviewed there. Where the issue of the conflict in Palestine and Middle East and Gaza and Israel has come up. And I ran afoul of the sensibility of my friend, Reihan Salam, who's president of the Manhattan Institute, wrote me saying that we review our scholarly relationships from time to time. This is practically a quote for productivity. And there's no question about my productivity. I've put a dozen articles in their city journal over the last 5 years, and shared priorities. And so I assume it's that we don't share priorities. And the priorities that I assume we don't share have to do with me inviting an historian colleague of mine on the show, the Glenn Show, to talk about the post-October 7th, 2023 incursion of the IDF into Gaza, which he characterized in the same kind of language that international human rights organizations have used as being, if not genocide, then in the same ballpark and something that one needs to be concerned about from a human rights perspective. He thinks the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice are right to take initiatives that are holding Israeli officials to account for the prosecution of that conflict. And I had him on the show.
Now, who is he?
His name is Omer Bartov.
Omer Bartov.
He's a student of the Holocaust of the Nazi extermination campaign in Eastern Europe, and has written books about that. And he's been my colleague for 20 years at Brown. I've gotten to know him, and I knew that he was engaging these questions in a controversial manner, and I wanted to hear from him, so I had him on the show.
I am completely obsessed
Okay,
with Alp, and
so
we're totally focused.
So what Glenn Lowry said before Tucker Carlson went to a nicotine commercial or something like that, Glenn Lowry just said that he was a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute. He had published all these papers for the Manhattan Institute. He had done all this work for the Manhattan Institute. Everyone loved his productivity at the Manhattan Institute until Glenn Lowry had a guest on his podcast that was sponsored by the Manhattan Institute that possibly said that maybe Israel shouldn't be bombing the ever-loving F out of Palestinians. And so Glenn Lowry had a guest on the podcast that does not support Israel, allegedly, but that is also an expert in the Holocaust and has no problem talking about how horrible and awful the Holocaust is and all that stuff, but doesn't necessarily support what Israel's doing today. And because Glenn Lowry did that, the Manhattan Institute fired him. That's crazy. Glenn Lowry is like one of the most reasonable people on the internet. And so what I said is, listen, isn't the Manhattan Institute the home of colorblind meritocracy? Everyone knows, right? The Manhattan Institute is the home of colorblind meritocracy. Chris Rufo talks about this all the time. We need to build a world based on colorblind meritocracy. Well, one of these individuals currently works at the Manhattan Institute, and one of these individuals does not currently work at the Manhattan Institute. As you all remember, which was exposed many months ago, the Manhattan Institute currently employs former hardcore porn star, was a hardcore porn star for many years. If you look up the name Rita Lovely, which was Christina Button's porn name, you will find evidence of Christina Buttons being a hardcore porn star all over the internet, and it's not very hard to find. Christina Buttons currently works as a journalist at the Manhattan Institute, where, so far as I can tell, Christina Buttons doesn't actually produce any journalism. But do you know what Christina Buttons does do? She's fucking Karlyn Wright, who is a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute. So Christina Buttons today still works at the Manhattan Institute after being outed as a former hardcore porn star, has produced no real legitimate journalism that I've seen in the many months that she's been working at the Manhattan Institute. But Glenn Lowry, the Black professor of economics at Brown, who is one of the most reasonable people on the internet, who always provides nuanced commentary, who produces thorough amounts of scholarly work, who is well respected across the board, and who, to the best of my knowledge, has never been a hardcore porn star. Glenn Lowry no longer has a job at the colorblind, meritocratic Manhattan Institute. But Christina Buttons, who is a hardcore porn star that has not produced any real journalism since she started working at the Manhattan Institute, but is still fucking Karlyn Wright, who is a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute. Colorblind meritocracy has allowed Christina Buttons to continue to be employed at the Manhattan Institute, where the Black economics professor from Brown, with undisputed reputation and respected all over the internet, is no longer employed at the Manhattan Institute because of colorblind meritocracy. I just thought everyone should know. We can go back to the other show now. That was our socialism break. Let's keep going.
Still very good at his own performative rift of kind of dominating the media moment with whoever he's talking with. But one wonders, other than tariffs, what his particular project is compared to the Heritage Project and the other things that are attached to him. So that would be one question I would nail at the moment. And, I want to add on the notion of the phantasmagoria, the idea that the right is essentially reacting to an event that may happen in about 10 or 12 years, but hasn't happened yet, which is a strange.
Wait. Did Philip just say the revolution may happen in 10 to 12 years? Who else has predicted the timeline of the revolution to be 10 to 15 years? I was right. There is a timeline. Maybe Philip is listening to me. Hi, Philip. I'm glad you think I was right, Philip. Everyone who ever doubted me owes me a $2 super chat. That's the rule. When you doubt me on this channel and then I end up being proven right based on video out of Socialist's own mouth, you owe me a $2 super chat. Pay up. If you did not doubt me, you do not owe me the $2 super chat. It's only people who ever doubted me for saying, yeah, I think the communist revolution is going to be in about 10 to 15 years, and they're going to try to violently overthrow the federal government. And what do we have in this presentation? Literally in this presentation, I was right again, Suzanne. Thank you. We have communists talking about building organizations for violent overthrow and resistance, creating armed resistance in this country as a form of defense. And now Philip saying, we're going to try to do this revolution in 10 to 12 years. Every single thing that I have said these people are trying to do is literally being wrapped up into a bow for us in one presentation. Renan, thank you for the super chat. I've been saying it for the last year, thanks to you, but here's some money anyway. Hey, I appreciate it, Renan. I appreciate it. Yeah, remember when Philip called everyone in my chat a secret agent? Yeah, you guys are all my chat agents, according to Philip. All right, Philip, let's hear you say that again, bro. Let's hear you admit that I was right again.
I would nail it at the moment. And, I want to add on the notion of the phantasmagoria, the idea that the right is essentially reacting to an event that may happen in about 10 or 12 years, but hasn't happened yet, which is a strange situation.
Can I address that?
Please do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please.
Because I just don't believe it, really. I think I agree with the preventative framework. I really like Alberto's book, and I think that there is this phantasmagoric.
See, I love it. I love it when people admit that they were wrong and then pay me money. I you know what? You guys, you endear yourselves to me and everything that I have put myself through to learn this content, to teach it to you, when you just admit when I'm right. I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate everyone who paid up for the super chat bet. Hey, can we reach $200 tonight? That'd be pretty cool. Can we do double our goal? We only need like $11 more. That'd be pretty great. I am perpetually right about everything, Offensive Saint. Thank you.
Aspect to it, but I don't think they have a far-seeing vision, and I don't think they're looking into the future.
They don't.
I really just. I mean, maybe there's some people out there, some ideologists. But we have to be careful not to confuse, the ideologists and what someone like Mark Andreessen says with the actual project itself. And there really isn't a vision. I don't think.
True, there is no vision on the right.
What they're doing isn't coherent.
Correct.
In many ways, and there are huge contradictions within the coalition. that are going to have
this guy does see, like, I'm actually really impressed with all the leftists in this video, because like every single one of these leftists actually knows what's going on, but I don't think they really believe they know what's going on. This guy is 100% correct. There is no one on the right that is looking into the future except for me on this issue. There is no one else doing this. So if Philip heard that from somewhere on the right, he heard it from me, probably because he was watching my videos. We see you, Philip. It's okay. A lot of socialists watch my videos. They just don't admit it because you guys don't like admitting I know more about your ideology than you do. So Philip was probably watching one of my videos, heard that time frame, said, yeah, that sounds about right with what we're going for, which is why he repeated it on this show. But what this guy doesn't realize is that he's 100% correct, that no one else on the right is actually doing this. Actually, I guess he does realize it. That's why he's saying it. So yeah, you're right. I'm the only person doing this. You're welcome.
Have to shake out. So I think that there's a real danger of thinking of this as a kind of a grand conspiracy. And even if it were, as Mike says, it's going poorly. And they're really
Very
losing,
true.
partly because there isn't a plan. They had this kind of blitzkrieg strategy that's falling apart. It's losing in the courts. The tariffs are untenable. So, I think we have to be careful, we have to be careful not to attribute some kind of vision of a 1,000-year Reich to these people.
So true.
Who are, largely clowns. And there's so many of them who are just kleptocrats, right? They're just,
it's true.
They don't care. Clowns. They're just going to get rich. And that's a lot of what's going on.
Yep.
And Trump is a narcissist, right? So it's not really,
maybe
he just wants people to like him.
That's true enough, actually.
That's true, and I wasn't suggesting.
That's so fucking true. That's so fucking real. Trump literally just wants people to like him. That is so true. I don't know if that's the reason he's a narcissist. There might be other reasons, but that is correct.
When I said that they're reacting to things that might happen in 10 years, that this represented a real project, I was putting this forward as a kind of phantasmagorical thing.
I think they're reacting to things right now. I think we already nailed it. What it was. It absolutely
George
was.
Floyd. Okay. Yeah.
The social of the 2010s and woke and this kind of cultural change that was going on, this change in the kind of ethics and values of people, and particularly to reemphasize what Alberto said, is that it's the recuperation of these things by powerful organizations, by universities, by corporations, by, after Black Lives Matter, like every, Coca-Cola and every university and every, municipality issued some kind of statement about how they, opposed police brutality and, made these kinds of superficial attempts to kind of address anti-Black racism, right? And I think it's precisely that stuff which they're reacting against, because that's the stuff that's visible to them. But it's also a they believe their own. They really do believe. They really do believe their own propaganda. They really do think there were Antifa buses, hired by George Soros, and this is. You really see this.
They're talking about Loomer. Didn't I say that Loomer was wrong about this? And listen, man, I fucking love Laura Loomer. I do. I love Laura Loomer. Every time Laura Loomer freaks out about the fucking buses, she looks dumb. It is such a stupid argument to make. And now the socialists directly, I'm sorry, Laura, the socialists directly are saying, yeah, that's actually crazy. Every time Laura Loomer says that the buses were funded by George Soros. The buses were funded, by the way, because the people that were on the buses do organizing with each other all the time, and they collected private donations to get the buses, just like they do every fucking time they have a protest. Just because someone hires a bus doesn't mean it was funded by George Soros or China. They take in private donations for this. People voluntarily contribute. It's not that hard. Again,
because that's the stuff that's visible to them, but it's also a they believe their own. They really do believe. They really do believe their own propaganda. They really do think there were Antifa buses, hired by George Soros.
They do,
you
they're
really
wrong.
See this. You see how much they are actually deluded about the real. Consequences, which is why actually their ability to target people is actually fairly weak. They actually don't know
So true.
what organization. They don't know anything about the left.
Thank you, Jasper. Thank you. Jasper just said everything I've ever needed a socialist to say. Jasper, we know. Jasper, you just hit me right in the feels. I have been screaming for no less than 4 years that the right does not understand the left at all in any way, that the right has no idea who the real activists are on the left. The right has no idea what organizations are actually running the left. The right has no fucking clue because they don't listen to you guys, Jasper. I feel your pain so tremendously. This is a bonding moment between us and the socialist guys. Jasper is us and we are Jasper because we understand how much the right has not listened to the left at all and has come up with all these crazy, kooky conspiracy theories that are completely unhinged from reality that we can disprove with a single fucking video clip, and we do it over and over and over again, but they just, Jasper, they don't want to listen, and they don't listen to us either, and I'm further right than anyone that you're talking about, Jasper. I am a literal fucking fascist, okay? I want to ban all your queer ideas. I don't want to ever allow you guys to speak in public again. I am in open favor of deporting every revolutionary communist in this country. I am a literal fascist on the right. I am your enemy, but on this, we are completely aligned, Jasper. On this, we can connect just as human beings in a human experience. All right? Can we just enjoy this again? Because I've never felt so vindicated at the hands of a socialist. Yeah, I am Cassandra. Exactly. I am Cassandra. I'm going to change my name to Cassandra.
You see how much they are actually deluded about the real consequences, which is why actually their ability to target people is actually fairly weak. They actually don't know what organization. They don't know anything about the left. I mean, you can see clearly with who they're going after in the universities.
So true. They know nothing.
They're going after the most prominent and visible people, not the most radical.
I know, Jasper. It's true.
You know, Mahmoud Khalil and you know, these were just the people who happen to be the most visible. So they don't really have a real understanding of you know, they haven't mapped the centers of power, and they're so deluded by their own propaganda. They truly believe these kind of conspiracies that are, you know, absolute hogwash.
But
they haven't mapped the centers of power. So true. So true. So true. Do you know who has mapped the centers of power? Me. Do you know who literally has mapped the leftist centers of power over the past 4 years? Me. And everyone in my community that has been working on this for years. I have just been completely vindicated by the socialist. This guy is speaking so much truth tonight. Oh my God. Yeah, Jasper, will you come on my channel and talk to me? Jasper, you can talk about whatever communist thing you want on my channel, but can you come on and can we commiserate about how much the right does not understand the left? I'm trying so hard to save everyone and no one is listening except for the socialists. Oh. Can we just listen one more time? I'm sorry. This is just. Do you guys remember when we found that socialism conference in Atlanta where they just kept saying the quiet part about capitalism being private property, capitalism is private property, capitalism is and they said it over and over and over and over and over again. And I got so happy when we were streaming that conference because I was like, I finally have a clip of them saying that capitalism explicitly means private property. Not only did I have one clip, I had like 15 of them from the same event. Do you guys remember that moment? That was a big moment for me. I almost cried on stream. Do you guys remember that other moment when we got the Revolutionary Communists of America on video explicitly talking about how they wanted to overthrow the federal government and raise the red flag of communism above the White House? And we sent that clip out to everyone and we were like, they're literally saying they're going to violently overthrow the government and no one listened. but we got that clip and I was really excited. And you guys all super chatted into Tim Pool and really pissed him off. Karlyn was right over and over and over again, even though Tim Pool had no effing idea what was going on that day. But my entire audience, well, some people in my audience decided to super chat into Tim Pool, just saying Karlyn was right over and over and over again. And it really pissed off Tim Pool, but I didn't tell them to do that. All right. But anyway, this clip for me is on the level of every other time I've experienced one of these massive vindications. And Jasper, we just want to thank you for this moment, because you are completely right in everything that you're saying. You are a wise man, and I'm not going to forget this, Jasper. If you ever need a favor, if you ever want to come and talk to an anti-communist and maybe have a good conversation, you are welcome here anytime. Jasper, we will welcome you on my channel like a hero if you want to come and talk to us. Even though we hate you and everything you stand for, but we're going to treat you with respect, because tonight you are our hero. You have earned the privilege.
Precisely that stuff which they're reacting against, because that's the stuff that's visible to them. But it's also a they believe their own. They really do believe. They really do believe their own propaganda. They really do think there were Antifa buses, hired by George Soros. And this is, you really see this. You see how much they are actually deluded about the real consequences, which is why actually their ability to target people is actually fairly weak. They actually don't know what organization, they don't know anything about the left.
I know.
I mean, you can see clearly with who they're going after in the universities. They're going after the most prominent and visible people, not the most radical. I mean, people like, Mahmoud Khalil and these were just the people who happen to be the most visible. So they don't really have a real understanding of they haven't mapped the centers of power, and they're so deluded by their own propaganda. Mm-hmm. They truly believe these kind of conspiracies that are, absolute hogwash.
But aren't they glomming together cultural power and political power?
No,
in other words, the cultural power is working towards their grievances as white men with Black Lives Matter and so forth, but they're transforming that in their minds to a Marxist control of the.
They need fascism. Fascism needs a sense of crisis, and that fascism is fundamentally a rescue project for capital. So it has to establish that there's some kind of crisis, and it's largely
fascism is a rescue project for capital. Because when these people say fascism, they mean free market capitalism, which is what they believe the United States Constitution is built on.
In this preventive sense, it's largely a fictitious one. I mean, there wasn't a real challenge to capital in the 2010s, sadly.
I wonder.
I agree with that.
I wonder if, following on both from Jasper's very welcome points now, but also what Mike was saying before, if that sense of grievance and backlash against a kind of cultural revolution, so to speak, that also affected, as Jody noted, created these movements against tech, amongst tech workers, against the Maven project, against working for ICE, etc. Yeah. Now, one of the reasons that this form of reaction is coherent in the way that it has is because these forms of venture and tech capital, one, involve absurd levels of personalized power and whim, right? In a way that's very unlike, the classic faceless impersonal corporation of mid-20th century stories about bureaucracy. But also that these are forms of capital that depend massively on regulatory environments, right? On subsidies, including for EV cars in the case of Tesla. I mean that these are forms of accumulation that could be undone by the stroke of a pen or of a law. I think people in all of this big tech, for instance, were freaking out about even the more mild legislations in the European Union and so on and so forth, right? And they're extremely speculative. So just last week, I was writing this short piece about Palantir, and in the 3 days where I was looking through the edits, their market capitalization went up $40 billion, right? With no relationship to the actual revenues, though, of course, if you read the financial press, they get very excited about all the contracts for further repression and monitoring and so on. So I think there is something about those specific forms, right? Like, I think we also can, in thinking about the contradictions and the different fractions of capital that do and do not attach themselves to these projects, I think thinking about their specific organizational and financial forms seems to me significant.
Yeah.
And also thinking about, what are the broader limits within which these projects take place, right? Why is it that, of course, the tariffs on electric vehicles are not an invention of Trump, right? They were fully in place under Biden. The economic nationalism is not something that the far right has invented, right? So all of that material, I thought, Jamie Merchant's book was really useful in that regard, about thinking through the political economic continuities and limits within which then we also have these crazy variations in repression and rhetoric and so on. And I think we need to also tether our discussions to that, or else we just, become mesmerized, right? And mesmerized and paralyzed by the blitzkrieg clownish novelty of what's happening, which is significant at the level of repression, but has a very different relationship to the underlying political economy, I think.
I agree, and I think one aspect of this that didn't get mentioned is the Trump coalition is the police, and that was an area where there were real substantial effects of the 2020 uprising, and the pandemic in general, which caused police to retreat and stop prosecuting low-level crimes. And California, people just shoplifted every day, all day long, for years. And it was great for poor people. And so, there was a kind of weakening of police power in left liberal municipalities and universities. And I think what we've seen is a kind of counterattack and a reconsolidation of police power. And that's something that's really bipartisan. It's not just the Republicans, and especially out here, we have this kind of mostly Democratic oriented Silicon Valley constituency that is, fascist in its own ways. I mean, they're Democrats, but they want to, they basically want to just kill homeless people, and they're.
Oh, so these people think Democrats are fascists. Oh, got it. Okay.
They're all about crime and property values, and they're, they're just sweeping encampments, and that's a kind of emergent thing here that's really led by the Democrats. And or you look at Cop City, which was a project to persecute a movement that was a collaboration between Atlanta Democrats and MAGA Georgia State Republicans, and both groups were completely committed to this insane conspiracy theory about Antifa and money coming from the Democrats, or things like that. So it's and then you look at the Gaza protests, right? I mean, where essentially the Trump administration is just doing what university administrations wanted to do and have been doing. I mean, they started it, and Trump is really just finishing it off. And that's why they have really no ground to stand on. They don't want it to go too far. But so I think that's really important to emphasize the continuities between centrist Democrats and what's happening with Trump, especially around policing, because there's a kind of pro-police, anti-crime, constituency that's grown in the last few years, and it's not just Republicans.
I was just thinking of the Kathy Hochul intervening to stop a Palestinian studies job, right, at CUNY. I mean, all of that was in place long before the election.
That's right.
Jody, you had something to say before?
Well, it's a little bit in a different direction, and it's it's about both the ideological dimension and the kind of phantasmagoria question. And essentially, I don't think either one of those are the right question, because they assume a kind of shared symbolic world of truth where they could be answered. And it strikes me that what's been unfolding and what we're seeing more is a world of power politics. And so, we might want to say that the right is crazy and they have no sense of reality and everything is insane and blah, blah, blah. But I mean, they had enough, they were together enough to build a coalition that could take every branch of government, get rid of the highest.
Jody, do you understand that Donald Trump literally got shot in the ear? Do you have any sense of perspective? Let me explain this to you, Jody. The reason that Trump won is because the Democrats lied about Joe Biden having dementia. He had it since he got into office. It got worse when he was in office. By the time election season rolled around, it had gone into full-blown, he doesn't know where the fuck he is. The Democrats lied about him having dementia for years and years and years. The Democrats prevented there from being any real primary in their own party to cover for Joe Biden having dementia. And then eventually people found out that he had dementia. And the minute that people found out that he had dementia, Kamala Harris was put on the ticket. Now, the problem with that is no one ever liked Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris only became vice president because she was a black woman. That was the only reason. No one ever liked her. No one was ever going to vote for her. And the reason that Trump won is a combination of just sheer incompetence of the Democrat Party, in having Joe Biden be the nominee in the first place, which they shouldn't have done. They should have talked him out of running way before the Democratic primary ever started. And then maybe they could have put up a real candidate that actually had some shot of winning. So the Democratic Party fucked up. And then Trump got shot in the ear. And not only did Trump get shot in the ear, Trump got up and put his fist in the air like a badass and said, "Fight, fight, fight." And this all happened on live TV. And then there was another assassination attempt on Trump after that. And so you've got a right that is pretty galvanized around the fact that the left is literally trying to kill Trump. Plus, they were also going after Trump in the courts. Trump got convicted of 37 felonies or something like that. Trump literally could have gone to jail because of the lawfare that the left was trying to inflict. The point I'm getting at is Trump winning was the inevitable conclusion of the Democrats being completely incompetent. The Democrats were incompetent on every single level. They weaponized the courts against Trump. They put up horrible candidates that had no chance of being Trump. One of those candidates had dementia, and then Trump happened to get shot in the ear, and that galvanized the entire world around him because it was such a badass move to go fight, fight, fight. So Trump did not win because people were necessarily on board with his policies. Because the minute he started enacting his policies in office, people weren't on board with all of them. It wasn't about that. It was a movement started by the Democrats being completely incompetent and then possibly a little bit of luck with Trump getting shot in the ear and not dying on live TV. And those two things combined are why Trump won.
Person in the military. They've got a lot of judges, right? Even though not all the judges are agreeing with them, and even though they're losing in some places, they're not necessarily following the judges' decisions. So they were able to actually, for all of their insanity, take state power. Right? That's not nothing. That's a pretty remarkable. And
my point with all of that is this was not some master plan on the part of conservatives to take every branch of government. It just worked out that way because of Trump getting shot and the Democrats being so incredibly incompetent. But it's not like this was a plan. Conservatives didn't have any effing plan. Their plan was, we need to stop communism. That was their plan, and they don't even know who the real communists are. Yes, we did interrupt Socialism Saturday for live coverage of Trump getting shot in the ear. We absolutely did. That was crazy. That was a crazy night.
To me, it shows God, it's actually, there are ways to imagine this. This is possible, right? It's not like the US bureaucracy and so-called checks and balances and all that doesn't necessarily stand up to anything. Now, we might say it's because they all already agree. I don't think that's a super satisfying answer, agree. Because I think it can explain, some kind of sitting back, but I think that there's more disagreement than there is agreement, that the corruption and of the Democratic Party was much more of a middle ground kind of thing. But, essentially, but at the end of the day, I think paying attention to the fact that a group with a lot of different interests and different views coalesced enough to take power.
Not yet, but I will.
To deport even American citizens, to put the fear in major law firms that you would expect to stand up, to stop, to gut huge parts of the federal bureaucracy. I mean, that's not nothing. And that's not, I don't think we understand our own situation if we just write it off to sort of a crazy phantasmagoria.
I think she does not understand her own situation.
But I think, every historical right has always been divided and has come together from different strains. In France,
you know what?
In the
I really think this is a missed opportunity for Philip, if I'm being honest about it. Philip, bring me on your show, and I will explain to all of you and your friends exactly what's going on the right. I'm being 100% serious about this. If Philip ever said to me, Karlyn, come on Red May, and we're going to ask you questions about the right, and we want you to answer questions about the right and explain the right to us in the language of communists so that we understand what you're saying, I would do it. I'm not even joking. I am so pissed off at the right and how much they suck that I would actually go and explain to the communists everything they ever wanted to know about what the right believes, who the different groups are on the right, what they need to listen to, what they don't need to listen to, what's important, what the right understands, what the right doesn't understand, all the crazy shit that the right believes. What do they have right? What do they have wrong? I will lay this all out for the communists, and I will be very clear and very explicit. Jasper knows what's up. Jody is overthinking everything, probably because Jody really needs to get fucked in a very bad way. And I mean literally fucked. I think that Jody needs to work out some pent-up frustration because she's obviously overthinking everything, and her analysis of what the right is not actually that correct. Jasper is much closer because Jody has some pent-up issues that she needs to work out, and the best way for Jody to work that out is to find a man to tie her to a bed and fuck her, and she would feel so much better and would probably have a much clearer view of the situation. Do they ever ask the right questions? They know what the right believes. These people, that guy, Jasper, understands the right significantly more than the right understands them. Actually, a lot of people in this presentation have been pretty dead on about what the right believes. Jody is off a little bit because, again, she's too pent up. But, they have a much better understanding of the right than the right has of them. I'll tell you that right now.
Parties, you had the capitalist right with Laval, you had the fascist right, who were people in Paris like Brasiac and Céline and so forth. And then you had this kind of moral majority around Pétain that was trying to, recreate a kind of ideal French peasant landscape and so forth. And, I think that's always the case where various strains of the right come together. And I don't think the notion of phantasmagoria is incompatible with the notion of maintaining an iron grip on power. I mean, the Nazis, when they were in power, still maintained some incredible fantasies to the point where Goebbels sent expeditions to the pole to see if they could get to the hollow earth or things. I'm not trying to minimize the political effectiveness of the right, and maybe the thing to focus on a little bit is the absolute vacuum which occurred when the right essentially took state power here in America through a counter-revolution where no laws are being obeyed, and where people are looking around
Okay,
and saying,
Philip,
well, who's
okay.
opposing this? Who are, I'm not talking about,
Philip, that's not
the
hinged into
professionals
reality.
of
Come
opposition,
on.
the media and the Democratic Party and so forth. What's fascinating about the media is they always talk about a constitutional crisis as happening in the future. We may be on the road to a constitutional crisis. And they're saying this at a moment when nobody on the right is obeying any law. And it's like
nobody on the right is obeying
Aziz
any
says,
law.
There's a constitutional collapse where all the kind of
I kind of, oh man. I just find it bizarre that Philip is saying no one on the right is obeying any law, when I distinctly remember January 6th with the insurrectionists that went into the Capitol building. And when they went into the Capitol building, what did they do? They stayed between the velvet ropes. Even when Philip is talking about people who, even when they're staging an insurrection accidentally, because I don't think most of them actually intended to do that, even when they staged an insurrection against the government, they stayed between the velvet ropes. And you're telling me these people are like just recklessly breaking the law all over? Okay, Philip, that's a little unhinged. Okay, everyone is asking what the definition of phantasmagoria is. Like 15 people have just sent in the definition. So thank you to everyone who sent it in, including Tiffanel over on Rumble. I do see you. Phantasmagoria refers to a series of constantly shifting, often dreamlike or fantastic, real or imagined images or appearances. It can also describe a scene filled with bizarre or illusory elements. Tippanell over on Rumble says phantasmagoria refers to a scene or experience that is constantly shifting and changing, often resembling a dream-like, bizarre combination of things. Nick has his definition in there. So appreciate that, guys. That's what that word means.
Exceptions that have been carved out in the law for the last 30 years. All the arbitrations that corporations have forced to substitute for the law so that suddenly people don't get their day in court and so forth. Every kind of attempt to create tax laws that essentially get out of paying taxes, they create a situation where the rule of law is utterly hollow, whereas somebody says there are those who the law protects but doesn't bind, and there are the 90% who the law binds but doesn't protect. That's why it seems to me that a lot of times what happens is everything collapses in a second. That people were, at least the media was saluting every day with our democratic system of government and our system of rule of law. Suddenly people are looking around, and I'm talking about people who are just ordinary people and wanting there to be some strike back against Trump and not finding a mode to do it at that moment. I found that, it's like the fall of France, where what happened was the government went home when the Germans broke through, and there was nobody there for a long time until they formed the Vichy government, and people were looking around and saying, we had a government, it was the fourth power in the world, and suddenly this central government is not there. They don't know who to go to or who's going to be expressing their displeasure at what's happening. It seems like something like that happened here. That's my sense. Did anybody else have that sense?
Hang on. Tiffanel, I was paying his late fee today. Thank you for the $5 Rumble rant, Tiffanel. I appreciate it.
That many people were looking around and wondering, what's the power that pushes back against this?
I mean, one thing that's striking to me is, and I'm sure this is not controversial in this audience, is the hollowness of liberalism in kind of creating this moment.
So true.
I mean, we obviously know, I'm sure we all agree that that the Democratic Party in the election, the message that the Harris campaign chose to run on was absolutely pathetic.
So true.
was no message to winning any kind of working class vote off. But
you mean to tell me that the communists are saying overtly that Kamala Harris turned off all communists with her messaging because Kamala Harris isn't a communist? Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Again?
No, I'm sure we all agree that that the Democratic Party in the election, the message that the Harris campaign chose to run on was absolutely pathetic and was no message to winning any kind of working class vote off. But what's more striking to me in a way is the fact that a significant portion of Trump's main backers were themselves once liberals, come from essentially a liberal political background. Elon Musk at one point put environmentalism kind of front and center. Alex Karp at Palantir regularly says that he's a liberal, even though he's essentially working for the Department of Defense. Mark Zuckerberg. How do we explain that? How do we explain the fact that these individuals who literally bankrolled Trump's election, how do we explain the fact that they were themselves once politically liberal and they ended up where they are now? There's an interesting book out there. Actually, I think Alberto might have blurbed it. It's called The Japanese Ideology by Tosaka Jun. Did you blurb it? You did, right? It's really good. I highly suggest folks read it. It's this translation of this book that was written in I believe it was the 1930s. He's kind of had a similar trajectory. He was Japanese Marxist that had somewhat similar trajectory as Gramsci. He kind of went to a fascist prison, died young, wrote about the rise of fascism in Japan, and kind of puts together this really interesting philosophy and theory, basically about how liberalism leads to fascism. Kind of talks about these three different forms of liberalism: economic, political, and cultural. And as the economic and political liberalism break down, you get this cultural liberalism that basically doesn't have any capacity to sort of fight against fascism. I'm just really giving the Cliff Notes version here. But the idea is that it doesn't provide a kind of ideological bulwark. And in a way, liberalism is always prone to these fascist shifts. And I think what we saw is, I mean, what we're seeing right now is the absolute hollowness of this entire political ideology. And we can see it so precisely in the shifts of these individuals.
Again, guys, I just want to be really clear what we're watching right now for people who might not be following along. The communists, the professed revolutionary communists, are flat out telling you that they are not liberals, they are not Democrats, that they believe that liberalism is fascism, because so many of the tech bros that supported Donald Trump used to claim they were liberal, and then they became fascist when they supported Donald Trump. So they are trying to tell you, in the way that socialists do, as clearly as they possibly can, they are not liberal. They are over here, or I guess over here. Wait, that would be the right. I think this is on left. Yeah. So they would be over here. The communists are over here. The liberals are over here. They are not the same group. They do not like each other. They do not play well together. And I bring this up because literally every time conservatives say Democrats are communists, liberals are communists, progressives are communists, they're all communists, it's no different, everyone's a communist, we need to overthrow communism, we need to defeat the Democrats to overthrow communism. Every single time you guys do that, you are running cover for the actual communists. Look at this. We even have a conservative in the chat right now. Well, the Democratic Party has gone off the rails. They must be communists. No, Bob. They are literally telling you. The communists are telling you they are not Democrats. They are not liberals. No amount of deflecting or denying or cognitive dissonance is going to get over the fact that multiple times on this video, they have told you. You did say it in conservative. You absolutely did. And every single time you guys say that Democrats are communists or liberals are communists or, the Democratic Party is doing the bidding of the communists. No, they're not. And every single time you say that, you are running cover for the real enemy. This is the real enemy right here. The Democrats are so far away from the real enemy, it's not even close. If you don't know who you're fighting, you can never defeat them. If you believe you're defending yourselves from communism by defeating the Democratic Party, no. They're not communists. These are communists. Bob's going to work out some feelings in the chat now because he thinks that he's being wrongfully accused, except that he's used the same talking point every goddamn conservative uses. Bob, arguing with me is not going to change reality. It's just not. I did get a super chat from Reddit. We got to $200. Thank you. Speaking of Japan and communism, look up Otoya Yamaguchi on your time off. Okay, maybe I will, Renan. Thank you. Thank you for getting us up to $200 for super chats. I appreciate it, guys. Now, you guys can still feel free to send me money if you want to. But we have met our goal for tonight. We've doubled our goal for tonight, which I always appreciate. Let's keep going.
Who are now? Is there anybody more ethno-fascist than Musk right now in the American political scene? He kind of embodies that. And I kind of going back to what I was saying before. I think that is precisely a reaction. Typically I'm just a hardcore materialist, and I say everything in economic reductionist terms. But I think in this case, it was a genuine reaction.
Hey, Bob, with all due respect, you are not listening. The purpose of Socialism Saturday is to listen and learn. And so now, Bob, since you keep whining in my chat, you're breaking one of the key rules in my chat, which is that when I give you a piece of feedback, I don't want to hear whining. I don't want to hear complaining. I don't want to hear back talk. You are in my classroom. I am not in your classroom. And the constant whining in the chat is preventing you from learning the things you think you want to learn, because you wouldn't be here if you didn't want to learn them in some respect. So now, Bob, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a 5-minute timeout, and you're going to stop talking. So use that timeout to listen. And if you come back in my chat after that timeout and continue to whine, we are going to remove you for the remainder of the stream. So take some time out, breathe, work out your feelings, but I don't want to hear any more whining in the chat.
To the cultural defeat that these individuals suffered over the last 10 to 20 years, not economic defeat. There was no loss of economic power, no loss, and not political defeat so much, but cultural defeat. Like their wealth and their position was increasingly seen by the people around them as illegitimate. To me, that's the heart of the story, is the hollowness of liberalism and why it basically provided a slip inside to where we are now.
And I think that it needs to be said too that has a lot to do with the fundamental fact of American decline, which is independent of liberalism and conservatism and the far right, and that the reason why we see Trump, and even a way to understand Trump, is as a avatar of American imperial decline, and as a response to not just these cultural changes, perhaps more significantly, a response to the stagnation of American capitalism and a recognition of the kind of...
Trump is a response to American capitalism. The problem of Trump was created by American capitalism. You guys hear that? It's a little bit, he took a minute to get there, but let's listen again.
Which is independent of liberalism and conservatism and the far right. And that, the reason why we see Trump, and even a way to understand Trump, is as a avatar of American imperial decline, and as a response to not just these cultural changes, perhaps more significantly, a response to the stagnation of American capitalism.
Bing.
And a recognition of the kind of inability of the United States to project its power abroad, and the contradictions of the dollar system, which are, have both benefits and costs. And so, and we know isn't going to be around forever. We know and its days are numbered, and they're more numbered today than they ever were. And so I think that, in some way, we can think of, Trump. This is what Trump and Biden share, is that they're both kind of Trump is a speed running the American decline, whereas, Biden was a kind of slower version of it. But that's why there's fundamental unanimity around economic nationalism, for example.
But I suppose that's also where I really, I take that very much. I think what's interesting is thinking about why and how you get this flamboyant abandonment of the very idea of hegemony at a whole set of scales, right? Like both the notion that, even these, tried and true mechanisms of the infinite Cold War, like
USA, right? I mean,
USA, etc. So blowing up the very infrastructure of soft power and hegemony, and doing so, not just deliberately, but as a kind of show. As well as, and you can think of even internally, like we were discussing, the liberal co-optation and partial reform in the wake of the George Floyd uprisings and other forms of social movement. Those two, right? Like they're forms of if not hegemony proper, then at least efforts to co-opt and pacify subaltern and oppositional forces. So this idea that you now both internally and externally just go for dominance, right? And that not only you go for dominance, but you go for dominance that says that that's what it is, right? That you will, and that the discourse is openly transactional. So even if it comes to nothing, there is something symbolically meaningful about taking the economic nationalism, and the stagnation, which I think you're totally right, are a given. I keep thinking of the fact that when Emanuel Wallerstein wrote, was it in 2003, the decline of American power, I think 2025 was like the year of like by which time it's going to play out. But I think it matters, right? It matters that but part of the reason I think why this is working is because of how feeble, how anemic the late stage, Cold War nostalgia, progressive neoliberal Biden-Harris moment went. How devoid of.
Hang on, Tifanel has a question over on Rumble. Karlyn, so USAID in part was also not funding communist and Marxist NGOs. It was a redistribution program for Democrats only. There were definitely some far-left organizations that were receiving indirect funding from USAID. So the People's Forum is going to be one of those organizations. The People's Forum definitely received some funding from USAID, but it was kind of funneled through a whole bunch of different intermediaries. There were other leftist organizations that they did get some funding. But, and again, we looked into this pretty heavily. The vast majority of far-left organizations that I follow and I track did not get USAID funding. They just didn't. And in the ones that did, most of it was very kind of like indirect. So did it eventually go through different intermediaries and end up there? Yes. And at the time I could say they did get it because technically they did, but it's also just a little bit more nuanced. Most of the people that I saw getting USAID funding were more progressive organizations. They weren't far left revolutionary groups. George Soros does not fund the far left revolutionary groups. He funds progressive organizations. Those are two different things. And so no, there is no evidence that I'm aware of that a significant amount of their funding came from USAID, which is why none of them were affected. Red May is still going off without a hitch. None of the groups involved in Red May were affected by the USAID cuts. I would say something that is probably going to be more impactful is Trump pulling the research grants from universities. That is the National Science Foundation stuff. That actually impacted a lot of leftist stuff. Actually, one of the I have a community member that is a professor at like a major university in the sciences, and she sent me the full list of all of the different organizations or all of the different grants that were canceled by the National Science Foundation. And I did an analysis of that using AI. And apparently like 75% of those grants that were canceled by the National Science Foundation were completely and totally leftist research projects. So stuff like that, like the National Science Foundation canceling those research grants, that was like a direct hit on a lot of groups that were doing this type of research, but that's not the same as the activist groups. It's not the same thing. People keep trying to make it like that. It just sounded like he was implying it was very separate and definitely not controlled by communist leadership. Yeah, like guys, everything the conservative right tells you about how the left is funded is wrong. Almost every single thing conservatives say about how the left is funded is completely and totally wrong and unhinged from reality. Please stop listening to conservative commentators, because every time you guys go and listen to conservative commentators on this, you come back all confused because they have confused you.
Any power and how also morally and politically bankrupt it was shown to be by Gaza, right? And so I think that was also obviously what allowed this shift in the same economic and political horizon into this rather reckless mode, right? Because explicitly abandoning hegemony is a fairly reckless move, including a reckless move for American capitalism, as shown by the responses that were already mentioned by you and Mike to the tariffs, right?
So I think two dimensions of this. One, this kind of fascinating struggle between the national security state and certain parts of the right and Trump. The idea being that a lot of for example, the agencies like aid that Trump was attacking were actually horrible in the Cold War in terms of putting money into Italy.
It's almost like the universe has winked at us. It's almost like the universe knew exactly what we were going to talk about. Philip is just said that he thinks as a communist, USAID was actually pretty horrible in the investments that it made. Do you guys want to hear that again? Do you want to just be sure we just heard what we just heard? Again?
Being that a lot of for example, the agencies like aid that Trump was attacking were actually horrible in the Cold War in terms of putting money into Italy to fund anti-communist candidates in elections and so forth. So we have this story as it's presented in the media of these great agencies that help expand American prestige in the world, and what our knowledge of studying of some of these is. So there's that crazy struggle that's going on.
True, Philip, true.
And well, I'll just throw that one out and see what people's reaction to that. Well, the other thing I would say is the notion that all we need is a CEO to run the state and they would make it efficient, because private industry is always 100 times more efficient than a state and so forth. They managed to get absolutely the worst businessman in the world to head the states, someone who essentially has lived on subsidies all his life and escaping laws and getting rent for $1 for 40 years at someplace in New York for a hotel. And the guy is trying out the strategy of private equity, which is to just go in with a chainsaw, cut everything, and and we haven't seen the full effect come out, but one wonders if in fact it's going to send everything into the toilet, as seems likely, how that will amplify or spread or disseminate among people who are looking at Trump's words and supposed TV efficiency as a businessman to provide a better future for them, particularly all of the small businesses that are dependent on these things that are being tariffed through the roof, that have no place to go but out of business, it seems to me, in a long time. I mean, again, that's trying to think the future, but all of those forces seem to be in play.
Yeah.
This makes me think, Philip, about Mike's point on Trump's, rapidly declining polls, because the only people doing worse in the polls than Trump are the Democrats, and so it doesn't really.
So true.
If it kind of doesn't matter exactly how bad he is, if we're talking about electoral politics and the only alternative is a Democrat where they seem utterly like they don't have anybody, and anybody that they might bring up seems really, really awful, like as in like just incompetent, banal, deluded, condescending, obsequious. And so I think, like, for us, then the question is, given how the fact that nobody likes either of the mainstream parties, how do we use this as an opportunity for the left? Like, how do we like, this is an opportunity, and it seems very difficult to take and very hard to think about, and something it's easier for us, where it's much easier for us to criticize. And
where do I think these people are getting their information? You guys know, right, that everything you say and do is public. So the reason that I know as much as I know about the left is because everything they say and do, maybe not everything, but a lot of the things they say and do is public. And all I do is I listen to what they're saying and doing. That's it. There's no magic formula for knowing what the left is doing other than I sit my ass down and I actually listen to them, and I listen to them talk about what they're talking about. So how does the left know what the right is doing? They listen to the right. They're listening to the right. And this isn't usual, because usually for years and years, the left didn't pay attention to the right at all. But I think we can see, based on this show, they're paying attention. They're listening. They're listening to your commentators. They're listening to your pundits. They're paying attention to what Elon Musk says. They're seeing what's going on Twitter. Even if they pretend they're only on Blue Sky, they're still paying attention. How do they know? Because they're listening. But they don't have some secret advantage. People on our side can listen too.
And deflect and to look at the problems with everybody else. But I think the real task is, how do we use this opportunity? And one of the things that I just always find like a problem, I always feel like, God, it's like the left ends up in the position where we're either opportunist or accelerationist, right? We're opportunist if we support the Democrats, and we're accelerationist if we don't, because what we are seeing is things getting worse, rapidly worse, with the Republican administration. But I think how we capitalize on this moment is the question that we need to think about.
Yes. Anybody have any ideas?
Well, I don't have any ideas, but I have some thoughts about why we haven't seen a very vigorous response to Trump in the first 100 days. I mean, I think first off is that a lot of people who were around for 2016 went into the new Trump administration with a commitment not to kind of take the bait, and a recognition that sometimes, there were mobilizations in 2016 that actually like helped the far right to mobilize, right? And that had especially to do with these kind of street confrontations, which gave a lot of these people in the streets something to push against. And eventually the movement won, but I think there was an awareness that a desire not to fall into that. So a lot of people are kind of waiting and biding their time. And then I also think there's the problem with the Democrats and the just the absolute hatred that they've engendered on the left, and that people really don't want to get caught up with them and don't want to support them as the pole of resistance. But they're not doing anything. So I think that problem is dealt with itself. It's like they're not really, they don't have this capacity. They're just not there. But what you saw in 2020 was they, with the George Floyd uprising, they ignored it, then they lied about it, and then they recuperated it, and so like far after the fact. And so I think people are anxious about that. And then the other thing I think is that there's been a lot of organization happening on the left that just is not particularly well suited to this moment.
So true.
And people are good at, like, there's a lot of kind of base building projects and things like that, but they're not particularly, the temporality of those projects isn't particularly suited to this kind of situation. And so there's capacity for organization, but mobilization, which is maybe what's called for to a certain extent right now, there's less capacity for that, partly because the left has kind of reacted against a kind of a hyper orientation towards mobilization. And say what you will about the DSA space, it does not seem capable of doing that at all. And so the fact that they've kind of occupied a center that used to be occupied by other groups, kind of weird anarchists and things like that, I think that really changes things.
Okay, I just want to translate what he just said because it was subtle and people might miss it if they're new. These are revolutionary socialists or communists. I use the term socialist and communist interchangeably because they use them interchangeably. I don't want to argue about the nuances now. These people believe that the Democratic Socialists of America, or the DSA, are not real revolutionary socialists and communists because on the left, there are two schools of thought. One of those schools of thought is revolutionary, which means we need to violently overthrow the current system. The other school of thought is reformist, which means we work in the electoral process to make small changes over time that will eventually lead to a post-capitalist world. The DSA does not believe in violent revolution overthrowing the government. The people we are listening to right now do believe in violent revolution to overthrow the government, as evidenced by the fact that Jody, in this presentation, made the argument to engage in armed struggle and get rid of nonviolence entirely to engage in violent overthrow of the government. So these are two different groups. And again, these groups sometimes play nicely together, like the DSA will play nicely with the communists and the communists will utilize the DSA when they want to. There are also different caucuses and factions within the DSA currently that is trying to pull the DSA more far left. So I'm actually subscribed to a magazine. Hang on. I'm actually subscribed to a magazine. I've got a bunch of copies of it on my desk. I've been subscribed to it since the Socialism conference I went undercover at, because quite frankly, it's really nice. It's really nice leftist propaganda. But this magazine is called Reform and Revolution, and this magazine is created by a Marxist caucus in the DSA. So there are people within the DSA that are more far left that are in the DSA with the explicit intention of pulling the DSA more far left and making them more revolutionary than they are reformist. But when he is saying in this talk, the DSA, I don't really trust them to do anything, that's because he's a revolutionary and the DSA are reformists, and he doesn't believe that reform is actually going to lead to anything. This is why it's always so stupid. Again, when conservatives say, well, Kamala Harris is a communist, and I say, no, Kamala Harris wasn't a communist. And then they go, well, who did the left vote for? Because they assume the left voted for Kamala Harris, but they didn't. The real far left does not even believe in elections. They don't believe in elections. So there are some like socialist and communist political parties, you'll see them running around, but oftentimes the socialist and communist political parties aren't even organized to win elections. Some of them do, but the ones that do are not as far left. They're more the reformists. They're the social democrats. But there are all sorts of political parties on the far left that they might run candidates in an election, but that's not really the point. They know they're not going to win the election. That's not even the intention. The intention of running a candidate is to go out there to have a reason to try to do talks in places, to recruit and radicalize more people, and to give them some sort of social system to join in which they have a community of people. Because the more people they can get to join their party, the more revolutionaries they're going to have. And whether or not they win an election is kind of completely incidental to them because they just use it as a marketing opportunity for their group. If you guys have any questions about that, please let me know. Let's just listen to this again to make sure people heard it.
Isn't particularly suited to this kind of situation, and so there's capacity for organization, but mobilization, which is maybe what's called for to a certain extent right now, there's less capacity for that, partly because the left has kind of reacted against a kind of a hyper orientation towards mobilization. And say what you will about the DSA space, it does not seem capable of doing that at all. And so the fact that they've kind of occupied a center that used to be occupied by other groups, kind of weird anarchists and things like that, I think that really changes things. And there's a kind of and so mostly you get these weird sects or cults like calling things, and so but I also think that it's going to take time, and I think the response is building, and that we'll see something soon.
Can I ask?
Really hopeful stuff happening. The Sackett's Harbor thing. There's been these little kind of moments that are, very, very hopeful. Really, just kind of, spontaneous kind of proletarian resistance.
Can I ask a question? Partly as somebody who's obviously not in the U.S. And not in the U.S. left. Therefore, I suppose what I was wondering in terms also of the theme that we've discussed and of the preventive dimension, right, or the anticipatory dimension. So we're only a few months into this administration, and it seems just like statistically inevitable that at some point before its end, something will kick off somewhere, right? And it just seems a kind of given.
Right.
So all of the communists agree that it is inevitable that within the Trump administration, some sort of something is going to bubble up in the United States coming from the far left. By the way, the last time I found a clip like this, it was the Party for Socialism and Liberation, who held a workshop in 2022 in which they literally stated that during the 2024 year, they were going to stage pre-revolutionary crisis events in order to cause basically disturbance and destruction leading up to the 2024 election. Does anyone think that came true? Sometimes when socialists tell you that they're going to do revolutionary things years out, they end up doing those things, and then you look back and they literally were talking about it publicly beforehand, years before they actually did it. That's actually, Reagan, you're right about that. Jody was on that webinar too. Jody was also a speaker in that webinar. I wonder if that is a coincidence. No, we don't do this. We are listening to real socialists in the real world today. We are not talking about something that happened in the 60s. We are talking about what is going on today and what they believe today. And everything prior to that is really, it might be useful information, but it is not necessarily related to what's going on today. I beg you guys, I beg and plead, stop referencing the stuff that's from 50 years ago. Stop it. Because every time you guys are like, we knew this was going to happen. They told us this in the 50s and blah, 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 blah. So what the fuck did you do about it? You knew this was going to happen. You've known since the 50s. What the fuck have you done about it? And how do you know what is actually, like, if you are not hinged into reality today and all you're looking at is what happened 50 years ago, how do you know how to stop it today? If you knew what was happening back then, why didn't you do something back then? Hey, Madman, do me a favor. Please define the left's definition of capitalism. We'll wait. I don't know who you are. I've never seen you here before. Madman, this is a pop quiz just for you. We're stopping the entire stream just for you, since you know everything and we know nothing. I want you right now to give me the left's definition of capitalism. We're waiting. No one help them. Anarchy Television, you can also give me the left's definition of capitalism. We're waiting. You guys know everything and we know nothing. We are waiting for the left's definition of capitalism. Do you know what the left's definition of capitalism is? That's not an answer. We're waiting for your answer. What is the left's definition of capitalism? You want to come in my chat and pretend you know everything and I know nothing? What is the left's definition of capitalism? We're waiting. It is very, very simple to anyone who understands the left. My entire chat knows, and they're dying to say it right now, but we're waiting for you two to show us that you deserve to be listened to. Because I don't know who you are. What is the left's definition of capitalism? We're waiting. You have 30 seconds. Do, 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 do. Not an answer. No, 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 no. No, no. You're in... Do you know where the fuck you are? You are in my classroom. I'm not in yours. You want to come in here and pretend you know everything and we know nothing? Now you can't even define a very basic term on the left? Why the ever-loving fuck should we listen to you? We don't even know if you know very basic definitions about the left. So now we'll try again. This is for Madman and Anarchy Television, both of whom think they know. No, 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 that's not the definition of capitalism. Do you two know how to listen? Why the fuck should we listen to you if you can't listen to basic instructions and answer basic questions? The only question is, what is the left's definition of capitalism? That is the only thing we want to hear from you two. We are waiting for your answers. Do 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 psh do psh do bong bong. Hey, Anarchy TV and Madman, do you have any answers? Are you capable of answering basic questions about the left? Because we've now given you several minutes to provide us with an answer to a very, 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 very basic question about the left. And you guys think you know everything and you think we know nothing, and yet you can't answer a very basic question? We're waiting. We're waiting. You're showing us how little you know when you keep silent. If you can't answer what the left's definition of capitalism is, oh no, that is not the left's definition of capitalism. Wrong. Completely wrong. So far wrong, it's not even funny. Madman, do you have a guess about what the left's definition of capitalism is? Don't worry, you two stick around and we're going to tell you what the left's definition of capitalism is. But I want to give your friend a chance here to redeem you, since Anarchy Television doesn't know the basics about the left. So we definitely shouldn't be listening to anything Anarchy Television says. Madman, we're waiting. We're waiting. Do you have an answer? Can you use your words? Do you have more than a 75 IQ? Are you capable of listening and understanding very basic questions? Last chance. What is the left's definition of capitalism? All right, Madman doesn't know the answer. Anarchy Television doesn't know the answer. Does anyone in the chat want to answer the question? Does anyone in the chat want to answer the question? Please go ahead if you feel like answering the question. What is the left's definition of capitalism? See, this is the type of intelligence you'll get from people like this. This is why we do this to people like this, so people are clear. There are a lot of retarded people that think they know everything when in fact they know nothing. Those retarded people like to run their mouths on the internet. When those retarded people run their mouths on the internet, they end up misinforming millions of people because they don't know how much they don't know. This is a walking, breathing example of the Dunning-Kruger effect right here. Now, if you want to know what the left's definition of capitalism is, you come and talk to my chat, because my chat knows. The left defines capitalism as private property ownership, private property ownership, private property ownership, private property ownership, private property ownership. It's private property ownership, you morons. Yeah, I think they might believe we're communists. I think they actually might believe this is how stupid these people are. They actually believe we're communists. Private property ownership, private property ownership, private property ownership. Look at all the people who know it's private property ownership. Look at all the people that know it's private property ownership. Thank you for playing. You can show yourselves out. Continuing.
Into this administration. And it seems just like statistically inevitable that at some point before its end, something will kick off somewhere, right? And it just seems a kind of given.
Right.
So I was.
Oh wait.
Yeah. So I
wanted to go back and get that whole clip before we were rudely interrupted by the retards who think they knew everything when in fact they know nothing. Let's get this clip.
I suppose what I was wondering in terms also of the theme that we've discussed and of the preventive dimension, right, or the anticipatory dimension. So we're only a few months into this administration, and it seems just like statistically inevitable that at some point before its end, something will kick off somewhere, right? And it just seems a kind of given.
Right.
So I was sort of, wondering a couple of things, what people's sense is of what relationship existing forms of collectivity and organization at all sorts of scales might have to that, also in view of the, if not lessons, at least experiences in living memory of past mobilizations, but also, I suppose what that will mean. I mean, Jasper, you talked about, the centrality of the police also to this, Trump 2 project, right? One of the things that's been very evident also, and part of the reason why I'm not in Seattle is that there's a lot of, there's a whole structure of license and permission that's built in. So people are doing like crazy stuff at the border that goes way above what normal procedure would be, right? Often against people who are not even like posing, particular kind of risks or a flag, like French space scientists or whatever. So, so I was just wondering about a sense of how do we not like forecast, but get a sense of the way in which the existing forces and agents might kind of crystallize around that. And I suppose the other aspect, which is in a sense a little bit more quotidian and perhaps a little bit more reformist, and again I'm asking because I don't know, if there's a sense of, obviously people are resisting at local level all sorts of dimensions of this administration and what it's related to, but if there's anything that looks like forms of coordination or articulation that don't go through this husk of the Democratic Party, whether in terms of solidarity movements, labor movements, etc., that find some maybe local forms of organization that have durability, even just at the level of like defending certain spaces or defending certain forms of organization.
Yeah, I've been thinking along those lines too, and the thing I'm using about is thinking about the French resistance and essentially how it formed, because nothing could seem more hopeless or desperate than having to construct something when the Nazis were occupying the country or the Vichy government.
Are you suggesting Trump is a Nazi, Philip?
First things about the resistance that's interesting is none of the former parties or movements controlled it. when it finally got a structure, it was a structure that was created with people who had been in some of those parties or some of those labor movements, but they entered as individuals. The people who were going to resist found each other when they made a council of resistance. And one of the things I was trying to think about what would be an equivalent when I looked at that Liz Cheney falsification that had been circulating on the web about 7 forms of strategy that people could take. There was this one notion of creating a civilian tribunal with representatives from various areas. And that took me back to the Vietnam War, where Bertrand Russell and Jean-Paul Sartre were part of a tribunal that essentially had Vietnamese who had been napalmed would come and testify before it. And it had a huge effect because it had a huge effect on the university population, I think, in America and so forth, because these were the 2 most famous philosophers in the world at that time. So I think the notion of creating a tribunal that literally put out counter news in a performative way, giving press conferences or something, and that literally indicted people and kept their crimes and the laws they had broken in a kind of some kind of kind of file, with the notion that there wouldn't be just a Truth and Reconciliation Commission at the end of this. There would be a Nuremberg account, and that everybody, we'll see you at Nuremberg, they would sign off with. In other words, doing a fairly aggressive attempt to say that you're all criminals and you will be held accountable. If there was a way to set up something like that and put it in a friendly state where the governor was likely.
Is Philip suggesting that a blue state should set up their own organization with the explicit intent of bringing war crimes against everyone in the Trump administration, like a Nuremberg trial? Is that what's... Philip, I knew you wouldn't let me down. I knew, Philip, after last year's Red May, which was really boring, I knew you were going to deliver the goods this year, Philip. I believed in you. I always knew you would come back. I'm so grateful for our time together right now, Philip. Let's just listen to that again. Can we please just listen to that again? And I was so excited I just dropped my vape on my lap. That was a long-winded way of saying that Philip wants to set up a tribunal to prosecute the Trump administration in a blue state after they leave office. Okay.
Vietnam War, where Bertrand Russell and Jean-Paul Sartre were part of a tribunal that essentially had Vietnamese who had been napalmed would come and testify before it. And it had a huge effect because it had a huge effect on the university population, I think, in America and so forth, because these were the 2 most famous philosophers in the world at that time. So I think the notion of creating a tribunal that literally put out counter news in a performative way, giving press conferences or something, and that literally indicted people and kept their crimes and the laws they had broken in a kind of some kind of kind of file, with the notion that there wouldn't be just a Truth and Reconciliation Commission at the end of this. There would be a Nuremberg account, and that everybody, will see you at Nuremberg.
So Philip wants to set up some sort of organization in a blue state that keeps prosecutory files on every person in the Trump administration. And when they leave office, he wants to create a literal Nuremberg in the United States. Just again.
Some kind of kind of file with the notion that there wouldn't be just a Truth and Reconciliation Commission at the end of this. There would be a Nuremberg account, and that everybody, will see you at Nuremberg. They would sign off with. In other words, doing a fairly aggressive attempt to say that you're all criminals and you will be held accountable. If there was a way to set up something like that and put it in a friendly state where the governor was likely to deal with any kind of Trumpian overreach to shut down this particular tribunal. Anyway, it's an idea I tossed out.
It's a great idea,
what
Philip.
is an instrument where one could strike back?
Thank you.
And absorb people from the various notions. So I throw that out as an idea.
I can't wait for these answers.
Validity to it, or is it?
There were a couple of groups, including the Progressive International, that arranged the Belmarsh Tribunal to defend Julian Assange, and there were a couple of different events that they had and brought leftists together from a variety of countries to make statements on behalf of Assange and bring, to do the same kind of illuminating work that you're describing. So I think that, there's even a more recent example than the one that you're bringing up. I want to just add in a couple of other points. Like Alberto mentioned that there has been resistance and fight back since the different kinds of Trump maneuvers and Musk maneuvers, all over the country. Lots particularly in small towns and suburban areas, people who've never been active, folks who are generally kind of middle of the road, coming out because they're upset about cuts to veterans benefits. They're upset about the threat to Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. They're fighting a defensive struggle, but they're out in the streets. And that's pretty amazing. In the kind of places where I live, this, like, folks are out on the streets almost every Saturday, and we're talking like large numbers, like hundreds in small communities who are really unhappy and fighting back. And maybe it's not, it's not the most radical people at all, but it's folks who, who are fed up. I also, on that score, maybe something even more kind of akin to what I hope we'll continue to see. There were 12 or 14 farm workers who were arrested by ICE here in upstate New York, about two and a half hours from me, a little past Buffalo. These farm workers were actually trying to organize their workplace for the United Farm Workers. And so in the fight back in defense of them, you have coming together the union, the UFW, and then the kind of more radical left political parties, and a lot of the immigrants' rights groups are coming together. That's interesting. It's a rural or hinterland kind of struggle, agricultural, and also workplace organizing and immigration all at once. So one of the interesting possibilities, I think, from the flooding the zone right-wing tactic is it does create more possible combinations of constituencies for initial fight back, and then building the kind of connections that we need to move from just a defensive struggle to an offensive struggle on the left.
Kind of building off that a little bit, one kind of quasi set of tribunals that we've seen quite dramatically over the past couple of years have been the student encampments that have popped up around college campuses in the US. Not tribunals in the traditional sense, but these were spaces where students were coming together, often with faculty, to have educationals, but also, I think more importantly than that, to pressure universities to redirect investments in crucial ways. And yeah, I think going forward, movements like that can link up with labor, that can link up beyond the university. That's really what I'm most hopeful for. I mean, there's been a funny way in which I've kind of had to relearn all the Trotskyist lessons I've forgotten over the past 2 decades. With the failures of Occupy Wall Street and what we saw happen in Black Lives Matter, there was this, and what we saw with the Bernie campaign, there was a political kind of experience that I had over the past decade or so, where I was less and less focused on organization, local organization, being a part of groups that hold you accountable, that you can show up to, that you can actually work together with. I became more excited about mass mobilizations, the kind of experience of like going to something through a social media event and seeing thousands of people show up, or the hope of having somebody run on sort of quasi-socialist ideas and seeing those ideas actually popular. I think the kind of organization in a way that we have seen on college campuses with student organizations, but also increasingly outside of the university in terms of labor, although labor is on the university as well. I think that to me is what I'm like most hopeful for. I'm kind of, it's the hammer and the piston and the all that stuff.
I want to take some questions, and in fact, you're answering like the first question, so we can continue. The question is, which social forms, points of struggles, and modes of resistance do you think hold the most potential for some ways out of this moment, which we're currently talking with at the moment? So we'll continue with that, and I'll give one more question afterwards. Anybody have more to say about this?
I mean, I think the form of the Revolutionary Party is indispensable. I mean,
after the BLM scandal, they were basically excommunicated by the left. You don't actually hear about BLM, the organization, on the left. The right talks about BLM way more than the left does these days. BLM is not relevant on the left, and it's partially because of this issue, because they were excommunicated from the left as soon as they had this major scandal with their organization. But for the 3 people I've seen say, why are communists engaging in capitalism in the last hour? Because I've seen you, I just haven't acknowledged you. I will repeat what I have said about 1 million times. Communists are allowed to engage in capitalism because they live in a capitalist system and they need to survive in a capitalist system, and they are allowed to participate in capitalism as long as their work is focused on overthrowing capitalism. Someone said earlier, I bet they all own property. No, generally speaking, communists do not own property. Generally speaking, communists abstain from owning property on principle. They actually take pride in being renters. So most of the time, no, they actually don't engage in property ownership unless they have to, unless it serves some political goal, but they are always in service of overthrowing the system. So they're allowed to sell books. They're allowed to buy property, although many of them don't. They're allowed to do all these things. It is in the Communist Manifesto that they are allowed to do these things. So can we please stop using this debunk on them? You are driving me insane. They don't call 2020 the BLM riots. They call it the George Floyd uprising. This is a great point. It is only the right that talks about BLM. The left calls it the George Floyd uprising or the George Floyd revolution. They barely even talk about BLM at all. And I know that people don't know, and I know that some people are new, and I'm not meaning to make anyone feel bad. I'm really not making to mean anyone feel bad, but you have to understand how many times I've had to say this. And my frustration and consternation is not with average people who are trying to learn. My frustration and consternation is with conservative influencers who have failed to teach their audience accurate information. It's not about you. It's nothing personal.
Jasper, revolution being the topic you've sunk your head in for for many years now?
Well, I think that in some ways the initiating germ with things like this is often unpredictable. It's probably going to take something that catches in a particular way and enables people to kind of organize around it in a way where they don't feel like they're going to get swept up by the Democrats. And so I think that people are probably just kind of waiting for the kind of moment of the thing that becomes something that people can mobilize around nationwide. And then it's really about
zen your workplace. Exactly.
It's really about coming together and figuring out how to extend the social movement and make it more powerful and intensify it and extend it and spread it. And there's lots of organizational forms for that.
I should make a page on my website, something like, so you're new here. I'm going to do that. I'm going to make a page on my website. I'd be like, so you're new here. Here are the answers to the top 10 questions. Here are the things that if you say them in my chat, you will quite literally drive me insane. And it's not your fault. I've just heard them so many times that I have lost my mind. Here is some class information so you can get a deep dive on all the topics you need. Yeah, here's like an FAQ. I'm going to do an old school like FAQ. That is actually something I should do for realsies. Thank you for the suggestion.
Different ways to coordinate.
Okay.
I do think.
Oh, Mike?
Yeah, a cheat.
Something very small. Oh, sorry.
A cheat sheet.
Go ahead, Jasper.
I hear a lot of people talking about forming cadre organizations and things like that too. So I think there's already a lot of interest in that, and we'll probably see things like that.
Yep, I should make it into a pamphlet too. You're right about that. That's a great idea.
They can only grow at a certain rate, though. They're not capable.
I am currently working on a socialist dictionary that's really in depth, so that'll be helpful as well. Okay, there will be guys. I am actually trying to work on more resources to make it easier for people to learn this stuff. The problem is this stuff just takes time, and I have way too many projects on my plate, and we've been doing way too many spy streams lately. I have been so flat out with spy stream and stuff like that I've just been it's been really, really difficult. So I do plan on doing more stuff like that. Do you guys know what can help me? Hey, become a member of the Substack. $8 a month, $80 a year. You appreciate all the extra time I'm putting in, making all these free resources. Make sure you're supporting it on my Substack. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. You can find it in the description below. That is the very best way you can support this stuff. And maybe if enough of you join my Substack and I'm able to put some extra money aside, maybe I can actually hire out this work to be able to help me do this stuff so I don't have to do everything on my own. So that would be really great. I am going to be starting a nonprofit too. The nonprofit is currently being held up by the state of New Hampshire because the state of New Hampshire will not process a one-page form that I filed a week ago. So I'm working on that too. Tax deductible donations are coming. I am working on expanding and I need your help to do it. So if you have not yet supported the work I'm doing, please consider signing up on the Substack today. The link is also right in front of me, by the way, Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Head over to the website, sign up for $8 a month, $80 a year. And please support what I'm doing. I would appreciate it.
You need extra party organizations for the kind of temporality that we're looking at.
I guess I just wanted to say for something very, very briefly. The one thing I would say is the left shouldn't fetishize particular tactics, whether it be strikes or protests or whatever the case might be. In my view, the fundamental thing about capitalist development with respect to class is that it creates increasing differentiation within the working class, which creates a wide range of different kinds of demands and different kinds of concerns and grievances. And it's in any given moment, it's a whole wide range of possible areas where things could pop off. And the one thing that I've seen the left do over and over again is when something happens and it's not in their model of how the revolution should happen, people are quick to criticize these things. But I think we need to have a little more flexibility around what the working class is and where the movements emerge in the kind of, you know, days ahead.
Okay, here's another question. So revolution, changing one system for another, involves breaking the laws and in fact throwing out a system of laws and replacing them with the other.
Say more.
What we have now, or what the right is doing, is literally not obeying any of the laws.
Oh my God, Philip!
Not just not answering subpoenas, but you know, doing things that are totally illegal.
Okay, here's what Philip is about to say. I promise you, this is the direction it's going to go. Revolution means you have to break laws. The right is already breaking all these laws. They're ignoring everything. We basically live in a lawless state. Therefore, the only way to defeat the right is to also break laws and engage in our own revolution.
One imagines that the liberal response to this, should there ever be a kind of a pendulum swing of government, is to rewrite the laws so that breaking them will even have stiffer consequences. In other words, what I'm saying is, so if you rewrite laws based on the insurrection of January 6th, it means that in the future, if there is a moment when the left, for reasons that are much more socially defendable than what the right was doing at the time, engages in activity which invokes those laws, the effect is going to come down hard on the head of the left. And we might suspect that the reaction to what Trump is doing, the pendulum, will be an attempt to also tie our hands when we try to do what this last experience of Trump has demonstrated conclusively, that we do not live under a rule of law and that we have to come up with a new one that sort of works for everybody. How do you see
Socialism?
that playing out?
Like socialism?
In the future?
I think it's risky. Well, as well as, you know, I think kind of empirically incorrect to just argue that since January, the U.S. has entered some kind of, you know, pure state of exception or illegality and so on. I think the situation is far more complex, not least because, you know, forms of, you know, executive power and ways of bypassing the courts have been part and parcel of the U.S. order for a long time, especially as concerns the national security state. I think we have very strange and short memories, and I think we underestimate, you know, the effect of, you know, of repeated intensifications of executive power, police power, national security power, etc., right, on what is just normal in the United States polity as well as in other ones, right? So, you know, I don't think you know, the U.S. has entered some kind of situation in which, you know, the courts don't exist or don't matter and so on. But it is, of course, a space where there is a much more explicit willingness to flout, to ignore, but then also to like retroactively try to make things legal that weren't, including by the Supreme Court itself, vis-a-vis presidential immunity and so on and so forth. So, and I think it's important to do that because I think otherwise, you know, one ends up in this bizarre retroactive fantasy of what the rule of law was, or of what liberalism was, and then one misunderstands what the U.S. constitutional order and legal apparatus and repressive apparatus makes possible and has always made possible, right? You know, so the idea that a kind of full rupture or break has taken place, I don't find convincing. And I think, you know, there's many ways to boil a frog, and we're seeing some of them, but, you know, they don't necessarily involve abandoning, you know, abandoning the legal domain by any means, right? So I think that's very significant, and that's why, you know, just like we saw with like John Yoo and Bush Jr., we're also seeing people that are, you know, lawyers that are trying to figure out how you can make like parts of the CCOT, El Salvadorian concentration camp, U.S. territory, so that you can deport
concentration camp
there, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not, you're never leaving the terrain of law and of the uses of law for just pure whim. I think that just does not seem for me to speak to how things are operating, whilst not, you know, not underestimating the fact that this, you know, the open break, well, do I really have to defend the Constitution, et cetera? Of course, these things are significant. And I think also you know, like you mentioned, Philip, in terms of things like, you know, People's Tribunal or, you know, our carceral desires, which many times I share, at least at an effective level. I think there's a risk, right? Also getting caught up in that like symbolic politics of retribution, and, you know, and also because I think we forget that people have all sorts of very ambivalent and at times very hateful, quite rightly so, relationships to the law, right? And to what the rule of law has done to them in the past. And I think the fact, you know, I think Trump gained a lot from all of those prosecutions, right, in many ways. And there were a lot of fantasies about the fact that, oh, he's a felon, you know, all of that. I think there's a lot of fantasies about the law that the left needs to traverse, to be quite lucid about how to navigate that space, which is significant, right? It's significant what's happening in terms of trying to get, you know, students who are being deported back to, you know, Vermont instead of Louisiana. All of those things matter. They're actual struggles, you know, but I think we need to do so without the fetishes, right? The fetish that there is this thing called the rule of law that has now been exited and that we want to return, I think is tend to really into Democratic Party ideology. And after all, the Democratic Party is the party of ideology, I think, in the US, because it believes its own story much more than the other side.
Let me push back for a second. I agree with what you're saying. And it's not quite, I didn't express myself perhaps as well as I should there's a fantasy of a constitution in America. Aziz talks about that, Aziz Rana in his book, Veneration of the Constitution. America's the only country in the world that actually is supposed to love this particular set of instructions as how to govern. And the notion, Madison's notion was, it's a machine that goes of itself. It doesn't depend on the virtue of the various people in power. Power checks counterpower, and counterpower checks power, you know, and it functions. Well, all right. It's obvious it has never done that, and has never done that. And, you know, judges in the Supreme Court have found ways of making their whims into law for a long time. It didn't even start with this court, you know, whether it's Dred Scott or wherever we want to go, anywhere in the 19th century. Lochner, it's been going around. So, but the question is this. I don't think there has ever been a moment where the scale of the ignoring of law, flooding the zone, as the Trump people have, has just, you know, everything from Gestapo kidnappings to firing all these people in ways that were illegal to, you know,
it's not illegal to fire people
in a way that they haven't noticed.
You might not like it. It's not illegal.
Before. And it may be, in fact, that the will of the press and the liberal Democrats is to kind of move us back towards that fantasy of having the perfect constitution where everything that's happened will be ignored and forgotten. And maybe that's even the most likely result of what's happening. But what's happening, what will happen. But I feel at any rate that that, you know, the responses you've heard, not from professionals of this or that, but kind of ordinary people at the scale, is it something that's been noticed and it's created a feeling of anxiety in a lot of people. So that's all I was asking, whether in fact the likelihood is that they would move back to the fantasy of a law that functions fairly and so forth once you get rid of Trump, or whether there's some way, or whether it's even important to build on this so that we don't create a kind of foreclosed situation for kind of leftists' actions, which may look, according to liberal formalism, identical to what the right did, but are not, because they're designed to open up a closed system. That's all I was trying to frame as a question. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody else have any more comments that we can sort of end with, or think about, or questions to take home?
Maybe just very briefly, I was recently reading a kind of newer translation of Gramsci's Notebook 25, which is the notebook on subaltern social groups. And there's a line in there that I was really struck by, where he says something along the lines of, I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember the quote exactly. The struggle of subaltern groups is a struggle of becoming a state. And he doesn't say becoming the state or being incorporated into the state, or but becoming a state. And I kind of interpret that, to go to your point about the constitutional order, the legal framework. I think to draw from that a little bit, the left and progressives more broadly should be talking about introducing legal frameworks into the spaces of societies where capital runs free. And that to me is kind of the idea of becoming a state for the working class. So I guess I'm not really, the kind of breaking of the constitutional order. I think a more positive framework is just think about how do we extend democracy, both in terms of the process.
We're not overthrowing the Constitution. We're extending democracy. Oh, sure, bro. Okay.
Obviously, democratic process in the state is completely in shambles. But in terms of the scope, like what is covered under the range of things that we make deliberative judgments about, and that to me is kind of a more positive framework for thinking about the horizons of the left. I don't know, just a thought.
It's too bad we don't have Camilla here, Camilla Vergara, because her book is essentially about institutionalizing a form of dual power, creating plebeian power outside the state. And we don't want to get into get Jasper on Gramsci or Jody on democracy. So, because that's a whole other panel that we could talk about sometime. So I think we should maybe stop here. I want to thank everybody. I found it quite interesting to listen to, and I hope everybody who saw it, some of you will see later online. And Jasper, I'm really looking forward to seeing you in person. I'm putting aside some math books for you. I just want you to know I haven't forgotten.
Great.
Hey, welcome Donnie to the Substack. Donnie, I know you're watching on X today. The YouTube chat is so much nicer. You're welcome to come join us on here if you're on YouTube. I also do stream on Rumble. There is some Rumble chat action going on today in terms of Tiffanel's over on Rumble. Looks like we're basically at the end, so that's basically the last part. So welcome Donnie to the Substack. I do appreciate you subscribing and appreciate that. What a Socialism Saturday, though. That was a great Socialism Saturday. I have to say, Philip, you really outdid yourself this time. You really, really did, bro. You gave us quotes about violently overthrowing the government. You gave us quotes about forming a tribunal. We got that amazing quote from Jasper where he says that the right doesn't understand anything about the left, which is everything I've been saying for years now and screaming into the void. And so I just think that tonight was a banner Socialism Saturday. I want to thank everyone who showed up. Now, as a reminder, we do Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m. But Saturdays are not the only days that I stream. I do stream Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, so a little bit earlier. We also do Spy Stream on an intermittent basis when it's scheduled. Spy Stream is when we go inside live leftist trainings, like as they're happening, and we watch the trainings, and oftentimes we will get clips that will go viral on the internet based on going inside these trainings. So you guys can come inside Spy Stream and literally see the news unfold in real time. Just yesterday, we went inside. Check this out. You guys are not gonna believe some of the clips from this. Just yesterday, we went inside the theses presentations for the gender studies students at the University of Chicago. So these were presentations from students who are graduating with a degree in gender studies from the University of Chicago, elite Ivy League school, and we watched their presentations on their culminating graduate theses. And it was fucking hilarious. It was everything. And I just didn't get a chance to make clips from it because I needed to sleep. But it was amazing. We also have done other Spy Streams where we've gone inside education teacher trainings. We've gone inside organizing calls. We have done so many Spy Streams lately. I still have a shit ton of stuff to release from the Institute for Research on Male Supremacism. We are overloaded in Spy Stream. And we do have more Spy Streams coming up this week, including one on Monday where we are going to be going inside a presentation that might have to do with the libraries on Monday, maybe have to do with the libraries. So if you want access to Spy Stream, what you need to do is get signed up on my Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. If you are a subscriber on my Substack or on my Locals or on my Patreon or a Twitter subscriber or a YouTube channel member, you will receive the links to these Spy Streams before we do them. I do announce that I'm doing them on the Substack. So if you want a notification, you want to make sure you get it, make sure you're signed up over there. I do also send out notifications in my Telegram group. I send out notifications on Twitter. So everyone knows when we're doing a Spy Stream, okay? I also do tend to put these things in the events calendar on my main website, which is decodetheleft.com/events. So you guys can plan in advance. And I will be getting this week's Spy Streams into the calendar. They're not in there yet. So if you appreciate this, I hope I'll see you back at future streams. In the meantime, you can head over to the Substack. There's a variety of resources on there. And of course, if you do want to support the work I'm doing, please feel free to sign up for $8 a month, $80 a year. If you are a supporter, you want to pay attention to the digest email that goes out every Sunday. Okay? This is last week's email. This email should still work, but I will be sending out a new digest email tomorrow evening. If you are a supporter, once you get this email, scroll all the way down to the bottom, and underneath the red box at the bottom of the email, which will not be there when you're a supporter, you will find access to your supporter perks. That includes weekly unrecorded Zoom calls with me. We do them on Mondays at 7 p.m. That also includes access to my supporter Discord. Okay? On my supporter Discord on Sunday and on Mondays, we have movie night. Tomorrow for movie night, we are watching one of my all-time favorite movies at 8 p.m. Eastern Time in the supporter Discord. We are watching the original Arnold Schwarzenegger Total Recall 1990s goodness. This is one of the best movies ever made. You will never convince me otherwise. It is a great movie. I hope a lot of people come to movie night tomorrow at 8 p.m. Come and join us. Jennifer always does trivia for the movies. We listen to music related to it. It's going to be an awesome night. And then Mac B is continuing with Mac's Monster Movie Month on Mondays at 9 p.m. And I want to encourage everyone to check out Mac B's movie night. I think he's doing like a 1950s Godzilla movie on Monday at 9 p.m. I don't remember the name of it, but it's like some like 1950s like old monster movie, which I think sounds super, super cool. That's on Mondays at 9 p.m. after our Zoom call. So make sure you get access to the Discord. You can find it in your weekly perks. I also do post it to Locals. Let me know if you need access to it, if you're a supporter on one of the platforms, and come join us for movie nights. We do them every single week. And with that, Thank you guys for having another awesome night. Thank you guys for helping me meet my super chat goal. I'm going to depart for the rest of the weekend. I appreciate you guys hanging out. I'll see you either for movie night tomorrow or I'll see you on Monday for our next stream. Take care, everyone. Have a good one. We'll see you soon. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.